Good morning, everyone here in the room and watching our online stream. My name is Maija-Stina, and I'm very delighted to welcome you all to Climate Hub Davos. It's a space curated by GreenUp, and it's a space for connections, collaboration, and more importantly, a space for action. And this all happens here in Davos during the World Economic Forum. And before we get started, a couple of important safety informations. We want you to feel safe and be prepared. So in a case of an emergency, please stay calm. That's the most important thing. And follow the instructions of our team. From where you sit, there are 3 exits. 1/3 of the room will exit to the left through the back exit. 1/3 of the room will take the front exit on the left, and 1/3 of the room will take the exit or the entrance you took when you came into the room and move to the left from the cloakroom. Good. Let's get started then. I'm not here alone today. I'm here together with a live illustrator, Roland Siegenthaler. Very excited because he is going to capture today's session in a very tangible and visual way. And you also have a chance to get active, but more on that later after the session. And I'm here not only on behalf of GreenUp, but to welcome our guests, first guests of today. So today's session is about aligning business and nature. 2026 is shaping up to be a defining year for business nature strategies. And this session explores a fascinating question about how business and nature can align. How do we unlock business opportunities with nature? This session is hosted by Natcap, and I have here with me, and please join me welcoming our speakers and guests, Sebastian Lieb, CEO Natcap, Becky Weilbohr, Chief Science Officer Natcap, Tony Goldner, CEO TNFT, and Peter Lucassen, Director of Sustainability, Robert Bosch GmbH. Please, welcome. There you go.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to you all. How are we going to divide our time today? I will give you a few slides, just a short overview of what we mean by opportunities for nature and business. We'll then do an interactive survey with you, so be prepared because it is going to be interactive and we'll be asking you questions. And then the majority of our time is going to be spent in a panel discussion and then a Q&A, because I know that most of you, that's why you're here, you have questions to ask and we want to get into a discussion. So I'll start with a short overview and then we'll dive in. So what do we mean when we talk about opportunities for business and nature? Late last year, the TNFD published an excellent report or a discussion paper on opportunities for business and nature. We talk about a framework which discusses 2 sides. So one is benefits for nature, and this can be on the reduction of impact drivers on nature. So you can be reducing the harm on nature, or you can be improving the state of nature. And both of those are ultimately steps towards nature positive outcomes and in line with the global biodiversity targets. And the other half of that equation is positive outcomes for business. And these can be financial and they can also be non-financial as well. So these can be about changing your business model. They can be about competitive edge or license to operate. So thinking about that business side of the equation a little bit more, here are some of the benefits to businesses from working with nature. Some of those can be about operational efficiency and resilience. This is one pathway to benefits for nature, benefits for business. So it can be simply improving the efficiency of your business model, cost savings, and ultimately then reducing your impact on nature. It can also be about new products and services and new markets and opening up new opportunities for the business. It can be about resilience in your supply chain, particularly in a changing world, and understanding how to shore up key commodities, key products that are essential for your business. It can be about business model innovation as well, so doing something different that you've not done previously, or financial innovation, and there are some interesting financial products that are coming out, both to enable nature positive transition and also to invest in some of these nature opportunities. I'm going to talk through just a couple of examples of each one of these to kind of paint a picture so that it gives you an idea of the kind of range of opportunities that we're going to be talking about. So on operational efficiency and resilience, Decathlon, for example, have been leaning heavily into their circular economy. And it's one of the fastest growing parts of their business is their circular sales. So representing about 3% of overall revenue, but grew more than 10%, 2013 to 2014. On other companies, so food and beverage companies, water is a huge factor for a beverage company. And most of the large beverage companies have water replenishment targets now to either fully replenish their water supplies or leave them in a better state than they found them. Suntory, AB InBev, CCEP, Diageo all have these. On new markets, biomimicry is a topic which many companies are looking at, and it's something that we're quite passionate about on the panel, so do ask us questions on that. So an example might be Sparkcell, and this is called out in the TNFD report. This is a company that is revolutionizing how pigments are made. Pigments are often based on oil-based products. They're hard to recycle, and this company is using natural sort of feedstock and a very recyclable product, and kind of really innovating in this space and doing that based on how pigments are made in nature. So supply chain resilience, lots of examples here. But Kraft Heinz is one example where they've been investing in precision agriculture and regenerative practices for their farmers, particularly tomato farmers in Spain, and seeing both a reduction in inputs, so a cost reduction, but also an increase in yield as well. Natcap is a British company, and they are innovating business models. Here they are opening up markets for ecosystem service payments. These are driven partly by regulation and partly by voluntary markets, but their business exists because they're looking to move to a sort of nature-positive economy and helping companies to find those opportunities. And then lastly, financial innovation. So lots here. We can talk as well about the role of financial institutions versus corporates as well in our discussion. But the role of financial institutions can be as enablers. So we look at sort of blue bonds, green bonds, that kind of thing. And corporates as well can innovate in this space. So Natura, for example, is a company that has issued bioasset bonds. And for them, it's about supply chain resilience. It's about ensuring that their suppliers are available to them and providing them with high quality and sustainable products. And this is a sort of home goods company. That has painted, hopefully, a little picture of what we mean by nature opportunities and business opportunities. I'm going to hand over to Seb now. We're going to ask you a few questions in the Mentimeter survey, and we will come to you to maybe get some insights into why you answered the way that you did. So this is our QR code. Scan that. That should bring up the Mentimeter survey, and then work through those answers, and then we'll bring up some of your answers on the screen. Over to you, Seb.
Alrighty. Thanks, Becky. Good morning. So I'm Sebastian Leap, I'm the CEO here at Natcap. Maybe worth just saying a few words about what Natcap does to start off. So we're a nature intelligence company, and that means we help corporates measure the impacts they have on nature, how they're dependent on nature, and how that translates into business risks. And the real innovation that we focus on is building data products that quantify that in a way that is specific to where and how companies operate. So getting to specific, ideally site level, but regional levels where that's not appropriate or available, information to allow you to then build the business case for action. And companies increasingly, following the rapid adoption of TNFD, are starting to measure their interaction with nature in this way to enable external reporting frameworks, but more importantly, to unlock internal business opportunities, which is what we're going to be discussing here, either to mitigate risk or to unlock new revenue-generating opportunities. So that's a bit about what we do. We do both the data products and the advisory work alongside that. Originally spawned out of the University of Oxford, so have always invested heavily in the science and in the innovation to allow that data to be as accurate and as specific as possible. And the last 3-4 years have been a real transformative period for the corporate sustainability movement as nature has gathered rapid momentum. So we're going to be going deeper in that today in our panel. But before that, we always find it useful just to learn a bit more about who's in the room and who we're speaking to. So if you wouldn't mind pulling up this QR code on your phone, and then we're going to work our way through some of these questions to see who is in the room. So if I press next, will that start the Mentimeter? Let's see what happens. Oh, oops, I think I've gone too far. Okay, here. So folks have pulled up the QR code. You should be able to just select where you come from and which kind of organization you represent. So that helps us figure out how to tailor this discussion. So it looks like we have a really good mix in here. So about about a quarter from the non-profit space, a quarter from corporate sustainability, marketing and sales, finance, and then some executive positions. Okay, interesting. So we'll keep that in mind as we start the discussion. It looks like there's a chunk of sustainability, corporate sustainability, but actually a range of other functions in there as well. So that's useful to know. Maybe if we move on to the next question here. So based on the framing that Becky just laid out, so TNFD has been thinking about nature opportunities in these buckets. Where have you experienced and where would you focus your attention first as a company to capture the nature-related opportunities? And maybe if you just vote across these 6 themes, and let's see if we get any trends starting to emerge. Okay, they're coming in. So it looks like a pretty even split across all 5. Okay, so I guess we're not going to pull out any major trends here, apart from it sounds like we're all in agreement that everything is important and there are opportunities everywhere, which is, I think it's an exhilarating and exciting way to set up the conversation. Okay, so slightly more on supply chain resilience, which aligns certainly with how I've seen our clients think about the nature agenda. The two, if you wind back a year, the investment and the business case for nature came from reporting and regulation. EU was bringing in mandatory regulation, the TNFD was gathering rapid steam, and budgets were being unlocked for that reporting lens. And I think over the last 6 to 9 months, that lens has changed, and we are seeing supply chain security become much more prominent, as are some of the other kind of levers for value creation. So that aligns with what we're seeing. Okay, let's see. Okay, what regulatory changes would you like to see to unlock nature opportunities? And I think that's a bit of the elephant in the room that we'll come to, is that you can unlock some opportunity with the status quo economic model, but then there's regulation needed to really unlock all of them. So what are them? So tax incentives, that's clearly where we're seeing the most interest. What else do we have here? Accountability, reduction of consumption, faster permitting. Okay, I'm going to turn to the room now. Would someone very brave who put tax incentives, accountability, reduction of consumption, any of those big 3 themes, would someone be able to share a bit more about what they meant when they wrote that down? Oh, sorry, you just got to...
Still Isabel Devan at the Carbon Trust. I wrote tax incentives because I think that businesses need that carrot rather than a stick, and this is very, very important. So I think what we need to do is make sure that there is sufficient, credible benefit in the short term to help with that long-term incentive.
Can you say more? Did you have a specific tax incentive in mind, or where would you put the public money?
I think it's just about the same as, I used to work in renewables, for example, and what we found is that oil and gas had so many tax incentives for just like buying vehicles, buying things. So I think if you actually have tax incentives for companies investing in areas that are unlocking nature opportunities, that is actually going to increase, because they have to be making their own investments. So if at least they can get something back. I mean, businesses are in it for the money, so they need to have something that gives it in the long term.
Makes a lot of sense. Do we have another brave soul who will share why they put what they did?
Hi, my name is Karim, and I work with innovation in business model for a more sustainable world. I think that all that I work with shows me that the big difficulty is exactly on the system right now, because the system is set in support to what we know to do, which was what we have been doing for 200 years. Therefore, the incentives, as well put, are in the wrong place. And I totally agree with that. We need to shift to give benefits to the ones doing the right thing and tax the ones that are damaging our planet and our health. So that's the reason I put it there. Thank you.
Makes a lot of sense. Anyone else want to share their perspectives before we move on? Oh, we've got someone in the middle.
I also believe that tax incentives is a really strong tool, and it also makes sense because when company create pollution, destruction, this also impact different areas, including health, including social aspects that actually afterwards the taxes go to kind of repair, restore, regenerate. So this way, from the beginning, we actually support more sustainable approaches, and then we avoid repairing and regenerating, expending costs for that. So even economically looking on a long term, actually it really makes sense. And then, of course, for the companies, this will be a really strong drive. We know how the business works these days, and always it has been working. So it is time to really support with such tools.
And did you have any specific tax incentives in mind that you'd prioritize?
It's a lot, like, for example, plastic waste. If we stimulate companies to do better, because afterwards we have to manage all this destruction and damage, and we have to pay for it. So we don't really always do it. It's still based on, but we have gone too far already with health impact, with environment, everything, which plastic pollution. So if we manage to actually company that do better on that aspect to stimulate, it's also CO2 pollution. It's a lot of examples that we can bring, of course.
Thank you. Okay, so a lot of interest in tax incentives, accountability mechanisms, and then how do we just reduce demand and consumption? So if we move on, I think there's one final question. Let me just see if this... Could I get a little help moving on to the next slide? Oh, was that the final question?
Yeah.
That was the final question. I was joking. That was one of our well-rehearsed pranks. All right, so we're done with the interactive part. We're going to do a brief panel discussion and then open it back up for questions. But thank you.
Thanks, Seb. Maybe I'll start with a positive question to kind of kick us off. Maybe starting with you, Tony. Which opportunity are you most excited about and why for business?
I hope, there we go, it's working. Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. And most exciting opportunity, well, I'm a big biomimicry fan and also a fungi fan. So we were just talking about the dinner last night around fungi and changing the world. So, I think what's exciting for me is we've got to start working with nature, not just treating it as an input. So how does its regenerative and restorative capacity become a source of opportunity for us? So in my mind, that leads us to finding elements in nature that regenerate incredibly quickly like fungi, for example. How do we use that? There's some extraordinary examples of mycelium, the roots of fungi being used in furniture and the built environment and things like that, packaging solutions. And the fact that it generates so quickly means that we can cultivate it and have a sort of self-generating supply of materials, right? Seaweed in the oceans, seaweed being used obviously for things like food, but there are people now experimenting with seaweed for clothing. So I'm really excited about finding those kind of opportunities, because it's very clear that the industrial development system that we've built over the last 200 years is sort of, we all know, extracting materials, but a lot of them don't regenerate particularly quickly. And so we've got this problem of matching our demand for those resources with the ability of nature to regenerate the supply of what we're looking for, timber being a great example. So maybe I'll stop there, but I'm excited about mushrooms and seaweed and things like that. Maybe even insects for protein. I know that's controversial, but fast-generating sources of nature for things that we need.
Yeah, amazing. And Peter, we're all talking outside of business, right? Talking kind of generalities and nice opportunities, but inside a large business, how do you think about nature opportunities for Bosch, and what are the ones that you're most excited about at the moment?
Well, you mentioned we are a big company, and I'm responsible in the mobility aftermarket division, so I'm mainly talking in automotive projects. And most excited at the moment we are, and you mentioned it already for Diageo, for us in automotive, is circular economy. Mm-hmm. Circular economy is not a new topic. It's around for quite some time, but it's really scaling up right now. We are already doing 400 million in turnover with it. And other than regenerating, of course, everything which you avoid taking out of nature is a benefit. And with manufacturing, you just save 80-90% of material. So this is a clear, good topic. It's a good business topic, and it's also easy to sell in the end. But there are also, of course, a lot of softer factors in where we try to build the business cases and just start the development. And this is water, also a topic which is measurable. And there is a lot you can do, but you really can do on the individual site level. You can show to your employees, and there are also a lot of good business cases. And we are talking about payback times of 2 years at about. So this is also loves, of course, the CFO in a company. 2 years payback is good. And then we just received a prize for biodiversity also at our site. We want really to make the places where our workers are coming, and we need also to put a little bit of more incentive on getting them back to work, more agreeable for them, have nice recreational zones. And there you can also have bees and all kind of other biodiversity topics in. And by the way, oftentimes it even saves your maintenance costs.
Mm. And you were talking about making the business case there, so maybe we jump to that. And, same question to the whole panel, really. But how have you managed to make that business case for nature? And is it always straightforward? You're talking about, conversations with the CFO. How do you put nature in those terms that is compelling?
Well, of course, if you start with something new, there is no budget. There is no program. There is no initiative. And on the other hand, especially if you talk about sustainability and nature, we, in all big companies and everywhere in society, we have a lot of enthusiasts. We have people who have ideas, and then it is, for me, the challenge is to find those enthusiasts and have some small cases, some small pilots where I can show with a little invest about we can change something. Mm-hmm. And these are then basically the champions which you can put on a platform. We have internal competitions, which are then also globally available to participate for all employees. And when you build those champions and you just promote it and also show that with a little invest you can do something, then it starts to get moving in the different sites. And then you can also come to your CFO and tell, look, I spent 20,000 K on this and I had a return of 50,000. We have 400 sites in the world. Let's just have the ambition to do it in 50 of them. Mm-hmm. And then next year we can roll it out. So you have to do step by step, and you have to have those positive lighthouse projects, those positive things which do not have to be huge, but they have to be measurable and they have to be clear. And if you then also have this culture of individuals who have good ideas, that they get the stage basically to present their ideas, this helps, of course, them to also to progress. They have a lot of incentive to even think further.
This is a long-term project, basically. Yeah,
exactly. And then you can also have a program and really feed by each year a little bit more of resources into it.
That's really interesting. And is that what you've seen as well, Seb, in terms of making the business case with companies that we work with?
Well, I think over the last few years, there's been a shift in language of focusing not just on the opportunity for nature, but on the opportunity for nature and business with a given initiative. I think whether that's reducing your costs, growing revenues, increasing resilience, that's how you ground it. I think one thing that is an important element of a compelling business case also is the payoff period, which is that a lot of companies are looking for increasingly small payoff periods for initiatives in the nature space. And I think also unwilling to make long-term commitments. I think what we saw in the climate journey was 2030, 2050 targets that were set early in the journey. They felt a long way away. As that date approached, executives realized that it was going to be more difficult than they thought. And then there's been some backpedaling which benefited no one. And so I think there's a desire to avoid those same mistakes in the nature journey. And so we have a more rigorous set of criteria before nature initiatives are adopted than maybe was the case in other times. So yes, it's really about identifying where you can generate that business value. And then I think there's also something about just sharing information of success, which is important here, which is we don't have that many case studies of nature risk being financially material and of nature opportunities leading to revenue generation, cost reduction and resilience increases. We have, we're in the tens, but we're not in the thousands of compelling case studies. And so I think another really important part of building the business case is showing how peers are acting and creating this sense of comfort that other folks are doing this, and then also start to create that fear of missing out, that, if you don't move now, your peers will move, and in a few years you'll be far behind. So there is both the language of framing it in financial and commercial language. There's making sure the time frames are short enough, and then there's bringing in peer examples to create a bit of FOMO. And I think as we start to have more nature shocks, we all lose, because it means that we're at the extremes of our planetary boundaries, and we're on the downward curve that we've all been fearing. But it does mean we have more ammunition from a case study perspective to create the case for change. So those are some of the trends I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because there's a few different things that could be blocking us there. And Tony, maybe I'll come to you. If the slides I showed at the beginning painted a picture that there's this big opportunity for nature in business, I guess the question is, if the opportunity is so big, why are we not seeing financial flows in the way that we might expect? Is it some of the reasons that we've just discussed, or is it something else?
Yeah, well, I think there's many different aspects to that. I think to your point, Sebastian, one of the key things is everyone likes to be first, but they don't really like to be first. They want to be kind of what I'd call a fast follower, not necessarily the pioneer, right? So they want somebody else to try it and take the risk. If it works, then everyone piles in. So I do think we have a challenge right now there's a lot of interest in nature-related opportunities. Everyone's looking for those case studies. And the good news is there's actually a book, and I can see Andrew Mitchell here in the audience. There's a book coming out in the next couple of months called The Little Book of Nature Business, which is going to have plenty of opportunities, plenty of case studies by different sectors. So it's a good complement to the kind of cross-cutting thematic a view of this, which you just shared from our work. So everyone wants examples. Everyone wants to see someone who's done it first. They want to know that they've made money, and then I think the momentum will build. So we've got to get the flywheel turning. But I think one of the other key challenges is, to your point, CFOs are looking at the dollars and the cents, but there is actually a broader value proposition for the business, right? So, and some of these things are hard to quantify, so they get sort of downgraded or deprioritized. So what's the benefit to customer loyalty or customer retention if you're investing in these things and your products have a lighter footprint on the planet, or they're doing something positive for nature? that resonates with customers, right? And increasingly in competitive markets, this can be a factor in consumer choice. What impact does it have on your license to operate, right? So we often only price these things when a crisis happens and you lose your license to operate. Then suddenly it's the most important, most valuable thing in the company. But you only recognize that value when you've just lost it, right? And you're playing catch up. So I think it's partly about, obviously it has to stack up from a financial perspective, and payback periods are really important. But I think we've got to try and get business leaders to be thinking about this holistically and thinking about what are all of the dimensions of the value proposition to the company. If we can ascribe a dollar value to those, that would be great. But I think it's sort of moving in that direction. But I think early wins, seeing what others have done, celebrating their small successes, scaling quickly, learning, iterating, and scaling quickly is really the key here.
And is it also about maybe, training CSOs a little bit to think about the value proposition to the company outside of what they've traditionally thought about? I remember a conversation with a CSO recently, and he said, look, none of this is particularly sexy. Like, no CSO has ever really won a prize for, cost reduction. But that is actually the value proposition to the business. And I was wondering, from your perspective, Peter, is that kind of how you've had to think about?
I think, especially in sustainability, we should step a little bit aside of just focusing on CSOs. Mm-hmm. So what I really find very helpful is that within Bosch, I think 2 years ago, we started dedicated sustainability training for all of our top executives. So no matter if you are finance, if you are accounting, if you are sales, if you are manufacturing, you will get a sustainability training to understand how everything in the end is interrelated. And we do not have to have a general training for financial figures. So everybody knows, okay, EBIT and financial resilience and how does it in the end works. But the short and especially long-term impacts which you have with sustainability, these you have to raise this awareness. And this program is now running for 1.5 years, and it makes also much easier for me to speak with the board, to speak with different sections within Bosch about these topics. So it's a lot about awareness and bringing this knowledge and this self-understanding to basically the whole general management. And also within my division, I made basically all the sustainability general trainings mandatory for all indirect employees, no matter what function. They will all have, every 2 years, they will have a whole program of 4 modules, and those modules will be constantly updated. It's not too long, but just basically enough to make them aware about how we need to move forward in a comprehensive way.
That's really interesting. So basically embedding sustainability across the business. Yeah.
If I can come into your earlier question on why are we not seeing more business activity and capturing this opportunity agenda, I think there's one interesting point that's come up recently in some of the work we've been doing with clients, which is one of the main drivers for capturing nature-related opportunities is to mitigate risk. That's one of the main reasons why you'd invest and one of the main sources of value. And how you calculate that risk really matters. And I've seen a few companies, run some basic, simple risk assessments and come up with some quite small numbers, or come up with some non-material findings for some key nature-related risks. And actually, if you think about the systemic risk and if you project out that risk into the future, often those numbers are a gross underestimate. So, for example, if you are estimating if you're looking at commodity security of supply for a given commodity in Brazil, an ecosystem shock in a particular region in Brazil might not be that impactful for your business if you can easily, source from another region in Brazil. But there's a systemic element there, which is that if one ecosystem in Brazil is having a shock, it's quite likely that many ecosystems in Brazil will have a shock, and then you start to see serious global implications for supply and demand for that given commodity. And so I think the way that we do the nature risk modeling really matters, so that we're capturing the full systemic potential risks that we face. And and playing out how markets would react when those risks occur. And I think when you take that approach, you see that some of the risks we face are really quite material and really significant.
Just to add to that, I think we in a way, our mindset that we've built now around climate and thinking about looking forward to climate change, all the models are sort of showing, these linear lines that sort of go up, but they're pretty smooth curves, right? They don't really take into account on the nature side what we'd call tipping points. So this rapid deceleration or change in the state of nature is not something that we've been trained to think about. And a lot of people are just copying and pasting their mindset from, I call it carbon tunnel vision or climate tunnel vision. We're sort of applying that to the rest of nature, and in a way it doesn't really work. And so I think it's a really important sort of mindset shift that we have to bring about in order to get people to think about nature risk differently from, or non-climate nature risk differently from climate risk.
Should we pull on that thread a little bit more? If people are coming to this session and they, they're already familiar with climate, what is the difference with nature, nature opportunities? What are some of those other differences that they should be thinking about? So the non-linearity, is there anything else?
Well, I think it starts with a really comprehensive assessment of what your dependencies and impacts on nature are, and that's where the TNFD work starts. Everyone's got dependencies in their business. Most businesses are completely blind to what those dependencies are. I mean, obviously, if you're in the beverage sector, you understand you have an acute dependency on nature's ability to provide water into your products. But I can't tell you from all of our work at TNFD over the last 4 or 5 years, the number of businesses who start doing an assessment of their impacts and dependencies and have these sort of wow moments where they realize there's these critical dependencies underpinning their cash flows and their revenues. So I think it really does start with a comprehensive understanding of your impacts and dependencies underpinning the drivers of cash flow, drivers of revenue, of supply chain, provision of materials through your supply chains. Once you start to understand that, you can start then to figure out where are the resilience gaps or weaknesses in our supply chains and in our business model as a whole, and then that informs an identification of the opportunities and across those 5 or 6 types that we showed.
But it is confusing that we started with the climate agenda and now are moving into a nature agenda, because nature is the broader category. Climate is one of the drivers that is contributing to nature loss, but other drivers are excessive resource consumption, pollution, not just greenhouse gas pollution, but soil, air, water, noise pollution, invasive species, land use change. So it's a broader category, and I think many businesses have had tunnel vision on carbon, and so when they start to look at how they're impacting the world in those other ways, it unlocks a whole suite of new opportunities that are worth pursuing.
Yeah, often more cost efficient than trying to pursue them separately as well. Yeah. Peter, I can see you.
The other issue is switching costs, right? Which I'm sure, Peter, you could speak to. But a lot of companies just assume, well, if things are looking bad in this location, we'll just switch to another location. We'll move out of there and source our water or our forest products or something from somewhere else. And of course, that's an option. But increasingly, I think companies are going to get called out if they just walk away from a landscape where they've been having an impact for a long period of time and just go and start sourcing from somewhere else. And also, there can be very, very substantial costs in having, as we learnt from COVID and other impacts, there can be very substantial business costs associated with having to switch your supply chain base. So, again, these things are often not factored in until the moment when they have to happen. And so I think it's really instructive to be trying to build models, decision models within companies that build these different aspects in, because I think it would substantially improve the business case for embracing nature-related opportunities, particularly resilience through the supply chain.
I think the switching cost point is a really important one, and one thing we've learned from our interaction with different actors is who in the ecosystem is most incentivized to capture nature opportunities, and it's the folks who have no switching opportunity at all. The landowners, the ultimate owners of the land, they are the most incentivized to ensure that you are getting ahead of potential risks to maintain and grow your asset value. So there is an asset owner's point, and their need and are being mobilized. And then there's a kind of inverse relationship between how hard it is to switch and how interested you are in investing to mitigate the impacts, dependencies, risks that you've identified. And so if you're sourcing from a very deep, very liquid market like soy through a commodity trader and buying small volumes, your incentives are different to someone who's buying a much less liquid commodity or mineral from a market where they can't switch very easily. And so I think there is value when you're thinking about which opportunities should I be prioritizing for my company, where do I sit in that spectrum of how tied am I to particular pockets of land, how tied am I to particular suppliers, and starting there, because you'll probably have the strongest incentive for action with those relationships.
And to your point earlier, these systemic risks mean that assumption that you can switch might not hold in the future, right? There's only so many places that you can grow cocoa, and when there's a large-scale drought, then that's going to affect the whole market.
And I think there's a thread there, which is with the TNFD and the work that we've done, a lot of the sustainability movement has taken a company-first approach to measuring and managing and mitigating nature risk, which I think does make sense. But increasingly, there is also this landscape level perspective, which is important. And I think seeing some of these impact dependency risk assessments run at the landscape and at the ecosystem level will be important to get the right group together to incentivize real change. Because as we're discussing, some individual companies, if their switching costs are low, aren't as incentivized to change as a group of companies sourcing from a given region who all are fully invested in that region.
Peter, I can see you nodding along. Did you want to come in on any of that?
Yeah, well, because we have these interdependencies, and we can see that a lot of different levers are currently just before or even beyond the critical tipping points. And looking then only from one perspective might not turn out to be then a well-known business case, or do not turn the wheel in the end. But when you understand that the risks are interrelated, then you can also step by step understand that the measures or the levers which we can pull are interrelated. And just circling back on circular economy, this is one of the levers which is possibly correlated with all of the sustainable development goals. So you can find those cases, and then you cannot only put one factor where you increase, but you can put other factors in. Supply chain resilience, major driver to decouple is circular economy. This is also very hard to assess financial risk. Switching costs, yes, if you source a lot of your material from that one area, you have a high dependency on this, then reduce it. And there is also not the possibility to just build a plant everywhere, and then, yes, I can switch, because you can switch the machines, but you cannot easily switch the know-how. So in one of my former roles, I had to relocate a spark plug manufacturing facility. It just takes 1.5 to 2 years to have all the machines running and everything works fine, but it takes 5 years until you have the know-how in your workforce again, and to have the quality and everything. And so switching cost, it might be an easy fail if you just think, well, I just need to invest some money. No, this does not work in a complex supply chain. So we have to become resilient in the places which we are. There is no other possibility. And also, not everybody can just move to this one holy grail where everything is fine. No, it does not work. And your customers, by the way, they also cannot easily switch. So this is also a major risk in the end in this whole equation.
And are you taking other measures about, your operational sites and resilience where they currently are? I think you were talking about water, for example. Yep. What are the other measures that you're taking to be resilient in your operating sites?
The other thing is that, of course, you to have alternative sources. So this is basically all the supply chain things which we have to think about. But also, of course, other measures in the sites which we are. This is a little bit tricky because it's not as easy as you can measure water or energy consumption. But if you invest in your site, for example, with the whole landscaping and everything, around, then you also invest in the health and the motivation of your staff. And this is, of course, something at what we are looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Should we talk a bit about enabling factors as well? Because we asked the audience at the beginning, if there were a regulation that you could change or an enabling factor, what would you like to see? And we heard tax incentives was a big one. But for the panel, are there some enabling factors and regulations that you would love to see that you think would really unlock these opportunities?
I think there's an elephant in the room, which is the current economic system doesn't price many ecosystem services, and so there's always going to be a ceiling in that environment, how far individual corporate actors can go to mitigate their impacts and dependencies and risks. So addressing that through a combination of kind of taxes and subsidies would be one of the systemic levers you can pull. But I think more practically, if we take that, one thing that is really prominent in our work is that the most pressing nature risks that come out from assessment. So if we take physical water risk as an example, that's often the most material nature risk that many companies face. Mobilizing to actually mitigate that risk requires water basin level coordination. At the water basin level, you have to measure how much water can be supplied sustainably, you have to measure how much is being consumed, and then you have to allocate that consumption across all the actors who are in that water basin. And you need a coordinating actor to coordinate that change and to run that assessment. And for individual corporates, it can be done, and it has been done with palm oil and with some commodities, but it's really tricky because there's antitrust to worry about, there's low trust between competitors, there's all kinds of barriers to change. So I think the role of local governments in the nature opportunity space has been under-discussed and undervalued, and they are the natural actor who should be coordinating at the landscape or the water basin level what is the carrying capacity of that ecosystem and how to allocate rights across it. And I think we don't really have much in the way of a national conversation as to what does that role look like, how is it resourced, and what powers does it need to be able to play that role really effectively. So I'd love to see the leading countries start to think about what local government needs to look like to capture nature positive opportunities.
Okay, maybe I can just build on that with a very practical example. So one story I've been watching closely for the last couple of years is and we just have to walk down the street to see all the AI shop fronts that have taken over Davos, is the boom in semiconductor fab plants and data centers, right? So it's one of the big global stories right now. Trillions of dollars being invested in the build out of data centers and fabrication plants. Today we're actually, in about an hour's time, we're publishing a draft of technology sector guidance, specifically on these issues, nature-related issues for the technology sector. But we'll be publishing a really interesting case study on semiconductor and data centers as well. So keep your eye out for that. But I think just zooming into the Western United States is a classic example unfolding in front of our eyes of what Sebastian was just saying, which is, how are local governments and state governments in the United States going to bring long-term nature risk higher up into their decision criteria as they attract these hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment? The Wall Street Journal is doing a very good job of handing out free copies of the paper around Davos. So I read it this morning, and there's a big story on the inside cover about what's happening at the moment with TSMC, the Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturer. So today's paper says they're going to Taiwan's investing $250 billion in the United States. Most of that will go into the Western United States in terms of new plants. I think TSMC is going to go to 12 plants. And that area, the whole Colorado River Basin, all of that area is already under incredible water stress. You've got 7 states fighting over water rights in the Western United States. You've got these hundreds of billions of dollars coming in to build plants. And of course, the states need that investment. They want that investment. They don't generate a huge number of jobs, but it's obviously bringing a lot of capital into the states. And so I think it's going to be really challenging, particularly in the world that we're living in now, to make this trade-off between development priorities and the pursuit of competitiveness and investment, particularly in the technology sector and these water-stressed areas. And so I think we're going to see this unfold in the tech sector in the Western United States, which is already under extreme water stress. And I went out to Colorado a couple of years ago, 2 years ago with TNFD, and we met a brewery in the Western United States, and they said, our whole license to operate depends on the local community supporting the brewery, and we would have absolutely no right to produce beer and truck it out past our local community if they don't have access to water. So they recognize that even if they have senior water rights, which for a lot of companies gives them a sense of priority and a sense of security around a key resource, this particular brewery recognized that those water rights will mean nothing in an extreme scenario where you lose the support of the community that provides your workforce and so much else that you depend on. So I think these issues are coming really into sharp focus, particularly in this AI tech boom that we're in the middle of right now.
If I can add, I couldn't agree more. And if I add a national government request on my local government request, I think another thing we've seen, particularly in densely populated European countries, is national governments commit finite land multiple times over for different uses. So if you add up the amount of land we need to meet house building targets, with renewable energy deployment targets, with conservation areas to meet 30 by 30, with areas set aside for industrial development, there is more land that's committed than exists, particularly in Western Europe and some Asian countries. And so I think there is a national government enabling factor, which is a land use strategy of how do we allocate land in the optimal way to maximize economic, environmental, and social outcomes that the government wants to see. And that has to require some land set aside for conservation and for biodiversity, but it requires some difficult trade-offs across these different use cases, which at the moment we're just ignoring. And the problem with ignoring it is you end up with suboptimal outcomes, because at the very local level, whoever has the most power at an individual site, whether that's a powerful company or a powerful politician looking to advance a particular project, that will go ahead. But the aggregate is a misallocation of land, which prevents us from achieving our kind of nature goals and the other outcomes we care about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think one enabling factor which we missed out so far, and I haven't looked through all the points, but I haven't seen on it, is besides taxes and incentives and also general plans how to develop areas, it's also standards. Because I'm also active for quite some years in an automotive initiative which is called Casina X, in which we are looking at a lot of data exchange patterns, and I was very active also in the area of how to calculate the carbon footprint of products. So there is an ISO norm, but in the end, if you look currently at companies, there are so many factors which you can apply that it is simply not comparable if two companies are providing the same calculation based on the same norms. So we are currently also in exchange with UNEP from the Casina X that there will be a common standard. And even more for all the other nature dimensions, in order to have within the supply chain, we all have independent decision makers making their decisions. To give them the educated choice, we have to apply also some standards on how those figures are created, that really they are comparable, that it might look the one is 50% lower, but they just calculated on a different assumption base, and indeed it is absolutely higher. So this is one factor where currently a lot of discussions are ongoing. It's incredibly difficult in the end, but once we have those standards, and even if they are at the beginning rather rough, once we have a really sound base which is rough but which is comparable, we can see that in the supply chain, all these individual decision makers, they can make much better choices than now, where a lot is based on your own assumptions about your supply chain, because you cannot really compare those figures.
Part of standardization as well is having a good framework, which of course TNFD has done a lot of work on as well.
And just on the metrics point, you're exactly right. There's an issue still with the methods for measuring things.
Yep.
And at COP30, we proposed a nature measurement protocol building on the GHG protocol. And that work is getting underway. It'll be led by the Nature Positive Initiative and WBCSD, who of course were involved in the GHG protocol. So there is a recognition, though, now that even if the metrics are clear, and TNFD's provided a lot of clarity on what should be measured around dependencies and impacts, we still have work to do around the measurement methodologies that sort of sit at the bottom of the measurement architecture, if you like. Right? We need people to be counting and measuring things in the same way, so that investors and capital allocators, banks and insurers can be looking at apple-to-apple comparisons and making the most efficient capital allocation decisions.
Yeah.
And as that work starts to get underway, I hope that we avoid the mistake of the GHG protocol, which is under fire at the moment for double counting, which I'm sure you've seen. And so how do we then make sure that the nature protocol doesn't face that same trap? That will be important.
I'd love to come to the audience, because we've been talking for a while now, and I know that you will also have questions. So we've got lots of time for Q&A, so hopefully we'll get through all of it. And we have a first question over here on the side.
So I represent an investor community. We've seen year over year like a 70% decline of interest from investors to invest in sustainability startups. The attention goes all to AI. Same with corporates that we work with. Like AI leadership, fully focus on that because it might have the biggest impact for them. How could you like piggyback on the AI opportunity in the sustainability context that you like say maybe together, both of them could have a big impact on business and like opportunity from a revenue point of view for new startups?
Who might take that?
Yeah, so there's a few answers to that. So firstly, I think every sustainability data startup has this huge opportunity in front of it to harness AI to accelerate its productivity and to accelerate the quality of the product. So I think AI is just table stakes for any sustainability data startup. So that's kind of a given. I think you definitely frame, when you're as a sustainability startup speaking to clients, the framing has to change with the markets. And at the moment, there's a lot of interest in AI. And so framing what you're doing more as solving data problems rather than just solving sustainability problems, and helping connect different pieces of data together within a large company to create value. I think that's important for the sales pitch. And then to the investor presentation, yeah, there's always a bit of storytelling. I think every sustainability startup has to tell the story that meets the kind of mood music of the investors at the time. But there's also, this is a period where there will definitely be a shaking out of the sustainability landscape, and companies that have good business models will survive, and companies that don't will shake out. And that's quite common in the VC world. We've lived, if you were raising a crypto startup 5 years ago, you were raising an incredible valuation, and then nobody wanted to fund you, and a small number survived and have built sustainable companies, and a lot haven't. And that's just the nature of the very kind of vibesy VC ecosystem. So I think it's expected, and I think it just means that we'll have fewer companies in the space in a few years' time, but they'll be more resilient and hopefully set up for success in the long term.
I have to imagine that there's massive resource efficiencies that can be captured through supply chains by using AI to optimize the use of those resources, including, for example, in water for cooling in data centers, right? And I know the new big Stargate facility that's being, Stargate, I think that's what it's called, yep, in Abilene, Texas. I believe they're building that enormous facility with a reticulated water system. So once the water gets in there, I think it's 1 million cubic something liters. There's a lot of water, but it's basically a circular system, and I think they're using sort of AI systems to optimize the use of that water. But that's just one example, right? But no doubt there's huge inefficiencies in most industries in the use of natural resources. So how can AI solutions help to optimize that? That would probably double-digit reduce our use of natural resources to start with. So I think that's an enormous opportunity.
And I've seen an opportunity, maybe not a startup opportunity, but the overlap between sustainability and AI. And I hope I'm getting this right, but I think L'Oreal have been working with IBM to look at the formulation of their products. And I think particularly in an environment where we're seeing more and more ingredients being banned in the EU, and that's a good thing for our health. How do you formulate products that are more sustainable, that meet your targets, and that also kind of have the same properties? And that's a brilliant AI question to try and ask. So those are the kinds of, I think, AI is a tool. We discover more and more solutions that we can find with it. Yeah.
Son? Yeah. I work with a lot of SMEs who, to your point, can't move from their position, so they require resiliency, whether that's in aquaculture or agriculture. I'm curious where you're seeing gaps, either in thinking or in data, to increase their local resiliency.
Can I take that one? Mm-hmm. I'm glad you asked that question. So we are in the middle of running like an X Prize for tech solutions to help SMEs do an assessment of their nature-related issues in their business, recognizing that they don't have money to spend on consultants, they don't have in-house ecology expertise, and they don't have, frankly, have a lot of time. They're, fully focused on running their business. So what we've tried to do is make sure, as TNFD, that building your nature intelligence as a business is not something that's a luxury item for only the big end of town. Every business in every sector, family-owned farming businesses, small distribution companies, everyone needs to build this capacity to understand how nature is relevant to their business. And so we're in the middle of running a process. We launched it around October last year with a group called Conservation X Labs, who are specialists in running sort of X Prize and Grand Challenge type competitions. And we're now looking for companies to come forward with amazing solutions. I'm sure some of them will be AI enabled to help SMEs figure out very quickly what their nature-related issues might be relevant to their business, and extracting open source data to help them understand, what sort of issues they need to be looking at, right? So in the most extreme case, you'd be able to go into sort of a chat GPT type thing. You'd say, I'm in the forestry sector, and here are the locations of my business. What are my likely nature-related issues? And you'd get a chat instant report that would say, based on your locations and your sector, these are the things you need to be thinking about. So we really have to collapse the sort of time and cost barriers to make sure that every business in every sector can be assessing these issues. Because, to your point, if your large downstream customers are coming to you asking information about, how much water are you using and what are you doing about these things, and you can't answer those questions, we don't want that to then be a barrier for access to markets for an SME, right? And or a source in which their customers might say, well, if you can't answer these questions, we're going to go and source from somebody else, right? So we had 380 applications or expressions of interest into this Grand Challenge process that we launched. We've got about 25, 30 people now scrolling through all of those applications, and we're hoping to announce the winners of that in about April.
Yeah, hi. Many of you manage the fundamental role of nature in kind of the risk management space, but also that a lot of the risks need to be managed at the landscape or ecosystem level, which is very difficult for companies often because they may be a dominant player, but they don't have the levers to manage the entire system or the entire landscape. So are there any lessons there in terms of how you've seen how that can be done effectively? Or is there also a business opportunity there for some player to take this role of, managing the risk at the landscape level, which, a particular company may not want to get involved in, or it's too much headache. But is there a model where then some other institution comes in and say, okay, we work with all the other stakeholders in the landscape to help you manage this risk? So maybe some thoughts and ideas from the panel on that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think we probably have lots. Should we go with specific examples as well, if you can?
Yeah, I can give you one example. So cut flower business, huge global industry. I had the opportunity last year to go to Kenya, to Lake Naivasha, and I met one of the world's largest cut flower operations that ships their flowers on a daily basis to the Amsterdam flower market. They have a huge dependence on water from Lake Naivasha, but they recognize that the lake has many other flower operators and tourism operators, as well as the local community. And so what I was really impressed about when I went there was the lake-wide information sharing that's happening through, it's a sort of a water use coalition, if you like. and they're all sharing information about their use of water on the lake. They share information about water quality issues, so that if there's some sort of spike in algal blooms or things, they can share that information quickly. But it really speaks to the need to have these landscape scale or watershed-wide collaborative efforts to address exactly the concern you have. And what was really interesting talking to the managers of the flower farm is how well it's working, how much information's being shared, because they've all got a self-interest in doing it, right? There's the competitive element has disappeared when it comes to sharing information about the lake itself. So just one example, but I think we need to scale those up a lot more around the world, and there are some very good examples like that one which we can draw on.
And I may also add an example. So being in a big company, oftentimes if you look at the sites where we're operating, oftentimes we are the biggest employer or the biggest company. And I have a lot of examples also for water in this case, in a water scarce area near to Bangalore in Nagarapura, where in this industrial site we decided to build a rainwater retainment facility, also with water filters attached. And intentionally we built it to suffice the needs of the whole community and the whole area, because it made our project in the end more economic, of course. But on the other hand, we are not the only ones in this community who are basically looking for the water. We are not the only ones producing there. There are a lot of people and other businesses in there. So we also aligned and basically build it larger to suffice the need of the whole community. And then it oftentimes works. And there are a lot of other examples also where shared common facilities are just to the benefit of all, and they are not a competitive element in this play.
I think where I've seen examples both in Europe and other countries, they tend to have maybe 4 different sort of groups in them as well. And kind of to Seb's point earlier, you need a funder, and so very often it's a large corporate. You might be the largest operator in that particular landscape as well. But you also need the license to have those conversations with producers, with local communities. So then very often you have a not-for-profit, a conservation organisation, someone like that involved, a wildlife trust in the UK. Local government is another one that would very often be involved, and then often an academic institution, because the monitoring and the measurement, and you want to be able to evidence the benefit. It's not always those 4, but it's something around that I've often seen. In the UK, we tend to work at the catchment scale, and you get those kind of 4 operators. Reckitt, for example, are doing great work in production landscapes for rubber, and they too have not-for-profits. They work with the University of Oxford, and then obviously they're the biggest corporate. So I think people would agree you tend to get those kinds of actors working together, and if you can see more than one corporate working together, all the better. And they're just starting to see that at the moment, but it depends on the industry.
Hi, my name's Andrew Mitchell, and for the last 2 years with Professor John Tobin at Cornell, I've been researching what we call nature business, which are nature opportunities. And I think one of the problems I find with the view of the finance sector is that we tend to have a very narrow view of what nature opportunity is. We tend to look at it mainly through a risk lens and not an opportunity lens. And I think one of the things we need to do is get away from the sort of bees, trees, and farmers approach to nature business and look at it across all sectors. And what we've found is we have in this book, which Tony kindly mentioned, is coming out in March, the Little Book of Nature Business, we have over 80 case studies with a market value today of 235 billion, rising on projections up to 720 billion by 2030. Now, the reason why we can find these is because we're thinking of nature very differently. So whilst the food system is a huge and important part of it, both from production right through to consumption, there's some wonderful innovations in there, of course, things like alternate proteins, changes in logistics, in the production side, things like robot weed killers that are using lasers instead of chemicals to kill plants. That could be hugely disruptive to the phytochemical industry, right through to construction, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and energy and water utilities. And we look at all of those. And there's a lot going on. If you think things like bioplastics, you don't tend to think of that as a nature business, but it is. And a kind of simple test is if you take nature out of the product, do you still have a product? And obviously you don't with bioplastics because they come from nature. So if you look at it differently, I think we can create a much more enticing image of what nature investment looks like in the coming decades. So my question to the panel is, what can you do to try and get that message across? Thank you.
So I can jump in. I couldn't agree more that we need to move beyond bees and trees. One lens I've been thinking about that came to the fore, we've just started engaging with a Chinese financial institution on measuring nature risk. And one thing that struck me through that engagement is at least their perception of how quickly China is starting to move on this agenda. So the 26 to 2030 5-year plan, there's the 12th leg of that plan is Beautiful China, and Beautiful China is about pollution reduction. It's about 30 by 30, and it's about embedding green living into consumption habits and patterns. And my relatively elementary understanding of how Chinese policy plays out is that will now cascade down into local authorities and unleash capital, kind of centralized capital into innovating to unlock that Beautiful China agenda. So I think, to your point, I think there is a really interesting geopolitical lens we could put on the nature opportunity agenda, which is, look, Europe and the West did all of the hard work for climate from the early 2000s of setting up the standards bodies, doing the R&D, subsidizing wind, solar, and batteries, and creating the targets and the momentum and the early R&D to move us towards a net zero future. But then most of the value from solar, wind, battery electric vehicles, battery storage has been captured by China. And I think if you put that geopolitical lens on the nature agenda, which is we're doing a similar pattern, a lot of the legwork in terms of setting up the frameworks and the standards, subsidizing some of the early R&D into biopesticides, biofertilizers, fungi and recycling technologies is coming from the same parts of the world. But I think we're about to have an avalanche of capital and political will from China again. And so if we create that FOMO and that sense of geopolitical competition on this agenda, that might help accelerate the conversation.
I was just going to add, I was at a workshop in Zurich over the weekend about transformation of the food system, and the question was raised, we've now got a $2 trillion solar industry globally in 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is. What if China instigates the same thing around food, right? And they're already dropping their consumption of soya. It's going to have a big impact on Brazil. So I agree. I think this combination of top-down policy clarity, real sense of strategy with induced demand, maybe starting from government and then stimulating R&D spend. We've seen this playbook before, and the question is, where else could that be deployed? And for those of us not in China, how are we going to respond to that, right? If they're going to charge ahead and use the China playbook to great effect, it's going to put everybody else in a fast follower mode if indeed we can keep up, right? So I think we all need to be on the front foot innovating. And I think the other key thing we shouldn't forget is, to the point before, that nature opportunities is about reducing negative impacts but also creating positive impacts. We have to remember we're already outside 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. So just doing less bad is very different from doing good. And we have to, I think, be much bolder in the ideas that we back, and we need to get a lot more venture capital into this space to be funding a lot more ideas. Because getting back within planetary boundaries, our challenge is not staying in planetary boundaries. Our challenge is now getting back inside planetary boundaries, and that, by definition, is going to require much more transformational solutions. And to get to those solutions, we need to take, I think, much more of a venture capital mindset.
Yeah. And just to put on the corporate view on that, so in my division from the beginning, and also now, it never had been a risk mitigation strategy. So sustainable business always and still is one of the biggest growth stories which we have. And it's clearly that we want to grow, and we are growing significantly by, on the same time, reducing our relative impact massively. So we are talking about reducing our relative CO2 consumptions by 30-40%. So and at the same time adding another 500 million or billion of turnover. And this is in the end also the only possibility for me in a big corporate to get funding for this. Only by risk mitigation I will get something, but I will not change something. I will not transform something. I will only transform something if I can clearly show this is a new way of doing business, and I will contribute significantly to top and bottom line.
And that's what's really interesting for businesses, right? I mean, how do we change this? I think we talk much more about opportunities, just as you said. I think you made my point. No one wants to hear about risk, and necessarily. I mean, it's very doom and gloom, and I think maybe we made that mistake a bit with climate as well. You notice I didn't start with any slides about the biodiversity crisis because I think we know. It's what's more is about what is the opportunity, and I think that's what excites people. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for the fascinating discussion. I wanted to kind of go back to basics and revisit the TNFD framework. So it's a question for Peter. You know, if we think about these 4 pillars that we have in TNFD around risk management, business strategy, and so on, and then also this location-based approach, I wanted to understand how much of an effort was it for you to actually go through that framework? What recommendations you have for other companies to get started on it? And then I also wondered, because you talk a lot about supply chains, how do you actually encourage your suppliers to move towards using that framework?
Well, overall, I cannot tell you how many hours in the end we have spent, because as a big company, you have to basically dedicate the tasks to the individual sites, and we have responsible. So we put it in our overall framework. And as always, it is effort you have to spend in the beginning. You have to have management support, and then you have to put it in a regular living in the end. It just looking the development of the last years, I cannot say that it really it increased our SG&A in this area. So in the end, it was about integrating it and then living it, and this was really worth the effort. So if I would be an individual site responsible, I could mayhaps tell you a little bit more about examples. But I can tell you it worked seamlessly with our overall processes. You can integrate it, especially if you are already a corporate with processes set up. And then what was the second question again? How do we encourage our suppliers? Well, in the end, it is oftentimes that we try to be or set a positive example, and to show also to our suppliers, well, it might be an effort at the beginning, but then it turns out to be beneficial in a lot of direct and indirect measures, also mayhaps for your financial rating. And then in the next step, we make it voluntarily that we requested. And next step, we give a penalty if they are doing not accordingly. And mostly when I start the discussion, I will tell them, well, today, nobody is talking anymore about ISO certification, because it was also in the past something that you have to get your sites certified according to certain standards. This was also initial effort. In the meantime, it's just your license to operate. You will not be able to offer anything anymore. And nature and sustainability will become increasingly our license to operate. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody in the end knows about the planetary boundaries. So the question for my suppliers is, do you want to wait until we force you and then you have to rush and it gets much more expensive? Or do you do it now on a step-by-step approach and it gets much less painful? And this normally helps then by increasingly step-by-step to have it first voluntarily, also give some suppliers the stage if they really did it very well. In this kind of supplier forum, you can put away prices. Then you make it a little bit more mandatory and have a penalty if you do not, and then you made it just mandatory. But from the beginning, tell the story about that this is not a one-time thing, this is not some extra loop they have to do it. It's just part of how we will do business in the future. So we will do it together, we will also support, we will provide examples, and then we can see that step by step some smaller, and a lot of bigger companies are moving, and this creates then the momentum.
If I just add one thing to that, which is we've done tens of TNFD, you've probably seen hundreds reports now, and the aim of the TNFD process shouldn't be to create a pretty report at the end. The aim of the process is to have a business-wide understanding of impacts, dependencies, risks, and embedding that data into relevant functions so that it can lead to some form of change and hopefully capture value for the planet and for nature. So to do that, I think the data quality does matter. Having data that is specific to where you're operating and how you're operating so that you can with confidence take that to the procurement team and ask them to start changing their procurement direction. Or you can take it with confidence to the risk management team and make a business case to invest in a meaningful mitigation measure. I think having that level of granularity and specificity matters, and I think the world is moving in that direction. If we look at the year after TNFD was released, the first reports used a lot of country average data and industry average data, and that was indicatively correct, but often not strong enough to go and unlock resources to actually do anything internally. So we're moving in that direction, higher quality data, more specific to where you operate, how you operate, and wiring it into procurement, risk management, maybe finance, and that's progress.
I'm not sure where the microphones are, but we've got one over here question and one in the front.
So sorry, I joined late, but based on what I've heard, quite insightful. My question for the panel would be that, probably linking back to the startup topic, that sustainability was a big thing for the last few years and not anymore a boardroom topic. Do you see the trade-offs emerging where the boards and the executive leadership is questioning how much to focus, and is it actually the right thing to do and the good thing to do moving forward as well? Or do you see the tensions and the trade-offs emerging now?
So one of our big successes of last year is we published a guide called Asking Better Questions on Nature for Boards. And this thing took off. So it was fantastic. We had a lot of input from board associations around the world. And we had a number of individual board directors contribute to it. And it's really sparked a lot of conversations. In fact, just yesterday here at Davos, I met a CSO of a big European listed company who is publishing their next TNFD report next month, but said, I used your board guide last year, and it really catalyzed a different conversation amongst the board. So as a result of that, we're now in the process of producing Asking Better Questions on Nature for legal counsel, Asking Better Questions on Nature for asset managers. And the idea is to frame up and very simply distill this all down into sort of what are 10 or 12 questions that key decision makers should be asking themselves and asking each others to get on this agenda and to move their organizations forward. And so we've been really happy with the response to the board guide. And what we're seeing is that board directors are finding it, they're hearing about it through Chapter Zero or some other member association they're part of, taking it into the boardroom and starting a conversation. And frankly, that's what we need, and we need every company to be doing that. I was in India last year where we did a session on this guide in front of the Indian Association of Directors, and it was, you could see the light bulbs going on in the room. So it was really fantastic, and we're hoping to see more boards engage on this topic. And it starts with them, every board director has their own fiduciary responsibility, right? So it starts with asking the questions of yourself. How do I equip my fiduciary responsibilities? What questions do I need to be asking of management? So we've now equipped people with a set of questions to get that process started.
We might have time for one very brief question left. I think you were waiting.
I just wanted to go quickly back to what you were all talking about earlier about ROI, sort of thinking about the need for short-term ROI versus the long-term stuff that we know is connected to the implementation of certain like nature-based solutions. So thinking about from a food and bev perspective, like how are you framing or how have you seen people talking about ROI in the short term in terms of just looking at carbon or like the interventions that we know have immediate payback on a farm versus the unpredictability of tipping points and assigning economic value to things like generating social capital and reputational capital, those types of things.
So I can have an opening go. One case study that's been very powerful in the food and bev industry was the cocoa price shock of 24 and that big unexpected increase. And you saw a different reaction from companies that had invested in long-term partnerships in their supply chains for cocoa, being more sheltered than folks who were just buying on the spot market and having that really erode their margins. So I think that price shock has helped generate the evidence for work in key commodities that food and bev companies might be exposed to, and start to think about, okay, understanding what are the big nature-related risks with that commodity, what are the potential availability or price shocks that we might face, and how can we start to engage at the landscape level or at intermediary suppliers to mitigate that shock in the short term. So that's one, I guess, short-term business case that I found to be quite powerful. And then I think the broader regen ag business case sits in the medium-term bucket. There was a piece of research I'm sure you're familiar with, I think BCG did in the US, saying there's a 5-year payback at the farm level on regen ag investments. And so my sense is the big food and bev companies, the big challenge now is how do we finance that 5-year transition to enable those investments to happen. So that's also in the medium term. That's not really long term, that's medium term, but still achievable.
And Peter, did you want to come in on ROI for some of the projects that you've been looking at?
Well, I'm not too much into food and beverage in this case, but looking at my company, at my division, yes, we are looking at it of an R&I perspective. Generally speaking, you have a lot of ideas, and then you rate them, and of course you will start with those who are the fastest in payback. But we are looking, especially in automotive, we are quite used to have disruptive shocks due to earthquakes or whatever. So constantly we are seeing that. So we always also have these kind of equations about what would be the costs if we are not getting more independent on this. So this you cannot hardly measure into an ROI, but it is taken into account. So yet I don't know how to include it, but there's also a threshold which you have to basically jump over to be considered. But then it might be if the one is 2 and the other is 5, we might still go for the 5 years if it's beneficial from a risk management and a resilience point of view.
Interesting. So ROI is not necessarily everything.
It is a necessary condition, but it's not the final determination.
I think we are out of time for questions, so thank you so much for all of your questions and to my panel for the discussion as well. I wanted to share in our last few seconds at some point a slide which just has some links to some resources that you might find useful. Here. So on the left-hand side, this is a TNFD paper that we were talking about at the beginning, talking about opportunities for business and nature. It's a fantastic paper. Seaweed. And a picture of seaweed on the front. Business for Nature have also done some excellent work looking at specific cases of opportunities for business. The World Economic Forum have also been doing some fantastic work, sector-specific work on transitions as well, nature-positive transitions. And then at Natcap as well, we're working with colleagues at the London School of Economics to bring together some deeper case studies on how businesses have been able to show positive outcomes for nature and positive outcomes for business as well. There are lots of people looking for case studies because it's one of those things that drives action. So if you're aware of some, if you are working on something that you're very proud of and you want to be showcased, please reach out to us. And my email is there, and we'd love to speak to you. But finally, thank you again to my panelists and for a very interesting discussion, and to you as well.
Thank you, Becky, Peter, Sebastian, and Tony. That was very, very informative and inspiring, and I think that we experienced the spirit of dialogue. That's the theme of this year's World Economic Forum. I let you take seats now. We have a short activation to do with you, my dear audience. I did give you a pre-warning. We did the intro. So we heard about nature and economics and finance at various different levels, and I learned a lot. I got a lot of inspiration from you, from tax incentives to accountability mechanisms to standards. But if there's one big takeaway from this session, I would say it's about creating FOMO. So Sebastian, thank you for that. And that leads me back to you. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. It's moving now. So my question to you in audience and also people watching the live stream is that what did this session move in you? We all have different roles, privately and professionally. And I would like to encourage you to write down one commitment, one movement. What is it that you are going to start, stop, or continue after today's session? And we will hand out post-its and markers. And those watching live stream, you can write down and send us a quick message to GreenUp. What is your commitment that you would like to do? What is in your circle of influence you can have impact on, and how you can take action? And we have, and this can be big or small. And we talked about or heard about supply chain. We heard about the carbon tunnel vision. We talked about venture capitalism mindset. It can be big or small. And we have two places for you to place these post-its. When you exit the theater, then in the foyer, we have a connection window. So on your right side, you will find a window where you can put that post-it on. Or you can go to our connection book where you can write down your idea, your commitment, your question, your need. Perhaps you have an offering to share, because this space is about connections. Good. And to give you some inspiration, we have Roland here. So I said I'm not here alone. I'm here with Roland Siegenthaler, our live illustrator. And I sat next to him and got a sneak peek of what he captured visually from this session. We heard about fungi and we heard about seaweed. Well, I saw a carrot. So let's see what Roland has captured. And this should give you some more tangible and something very concrete inspiration. Stage is yours, Roland.
A presentation full of vegetable and fruit. Here we go. Yeah, hey, thanks that I could join this super interesting session. Page down. And Maya Sina gave us a warm welcome early in the morning in the best mood. And yeah, I think the early birds were highly rewarded with new thought, and no worm was harmed in that process. Yeah, and Becky gave us sort of a tour. What can we do if we sort of access that nature potential? Yeah, we can actually sort of like extract business. I had an apple first that looked a bit too much like Adam and Eve. So I replaced it with a pear. It's, yeah, how can we do business with nature? How can we get more efficiency into our processes? How can we get more resilience into our supply chain? And how, for example, can we replace fossil sources with plant-based pigments, for example? And yeah, in contrast to the omnipresent AI, we could bring in some nature intelligence. And Sebastian asked into the audience, I said, yeah, how can we move that donkey forward? Sort of, we're pulling, and there's sort of a stick and legislation. But how can we, for example, the audience suggested tax incentives? That really would help. Because instead, actually, of incentivizing people or companies who make people sick and cause high health costs, we could actually incentivizing those who sort of, turn that chip around and get climate and nature positive. And Tony then brought a story about, the next tire for your electric Lamborghini is not made out of dinosaur remains, it's made out of seaweed and fungi. For details, I refer to Tony. That's the plan. And actually, there's quite a quick return. Actually, the fungi grow so quickly, and so does your investment. So it's really a great opportunity. But actually, being first to retrieve that sort of treasure, that's always a good idea. But no one wants to be the pioneer. So, we work on that dilemma. And Peter said, probably educate people at Bosch how they could create housing for the next drill that is based on plant-based materials. And things are not linear. We learned it in school in a boring French lesson when, there's actually, if you're swinging on your chair, there's a tipping point and it's painful. And actually, nature and water is not just a subject you should care if you produce an energy drink. It's actually a topic that we all should care about. Because actually, moving is not that easy if we screw up our place. And it's hard. I mean, AI is taking off rapidly, and they're building more semiconductor factories in areas with scarce water. And how can we show them the figures that this is probably not such a good idea? And the problem is that some say, the risk is sort of easy, the risk is incredible, and the risk is sort of somewhere in between, a good compromise. But we want sort of reliable figures, that there's sort of a common answer. And we should all ask ourselves, how is actually nature affecting our business, our strawberries or our skiing resort or whatever you are doing? And actually working together and exchanging information can be very beneficial for all of them, like the story and example for our Valentine flowers from Kenya showed us, that if they exchange information, it's really a win-win. There was actually a suggestion we should probably move from sort of bees and trees to we can do AI too in nature, for example, with your investment in that weeding robot project. And probably we save some money or get some money. We just got to sort of reframe it. Instead of sustainability, it's now AI-powered sustainability, and you're getting shitloads of money, I hope, or just enough to get the planet healthy again. Thank you very much for this rich inspiration.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much. And considering the amount of phones that we're taking out, I think you're going to go viral now. Thank you all for this session, our guests and speakers. This was really inspiring. Thank you, Roland. Let's not stop at these ideas and inspirations. Let's take action. We warmly welcome you to join us later this week and enjoy some good beverages and food, plant-based food, in our Good Food Bar in the foyer. Thank you again, and see you soon.
Sorry, the people should know that
we have to. He would like to join you on the session.
Oh.
I don't know, like how it was organized actually. You can come
if somebody knows outside at the entrance that they should ask people for the workshop to come in here, that would be really helpful.
Yes, let's do that.
Yes.
Sorry to ask you that, but I think it's better if I stay here.
Yes,
now.
we have the tablecloths and the candles.
Oh, amazing. Peter, please sit down. All good. Nobody's dying. You sit here with me. You are the theater. It's not me doing something.
Oh boy.
That's why it's called a workshop. If you want, huh?
So I'm basically a reserve floater in case somebody doesn't turn up because they said this was full. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Who has to be here?
Harold, can I send you people? I haven't registered.
Yeah,
because we're starting now, right? Okay.
There's a guy who is eating, he doesn't understand that.
Okay.
Tall guy, he's a bit of white hair.
Tall guy,
Do you have something to write? Can you write on your phone?
Yes.
Because you're here to work.
Okay.
And if you don't want to, and this is being filmed by people, is this okay for you? Yeah. Okay, cool. If you want to write.
Yeah, and let's also get some
we also have
sticky note paper. I think it's.
No, don't need sticky notes. Everybody has basically a dial for themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They are super.
Okay.
Alright, then you can if you have a lower pen, you might.
Looks like Frankenstein. I wanted real candles, but this is not allowed anymore.
Because it's a cinema.
Yeah.
Especially with what happened, right?
Yes.
There's good reason why.
Okay.
Somebody.
Wait 2 more minutes.
Hi. Is it here?
Yes. So welcome. This is a psycho-magic experience. If you're in the wrong place, you can still leave. If you're interested, you stay. We are done at 1300. And you don't need to do much, but you're invited to write.
Okay.
That's what you have to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll wait 1 minute more. Let all the lost souls out there make their way in here.
Is it writing for us to take away, or do you want us to leave what we write?
I'll explain.
Okay. Just so I know whether to write in my book or to write.
So the process is basically, so we are kind of in a silence for this 30 minutes, 25 minutes. And the psychomagic experience will give you an experience without going too much into your head. And I've learned that from an amazing artist in San Francisco, where we are considering about innovation at the edge of society. That was the topic there. And I felt it was such a gift for me the last year. And I'm also doing other things here, but I wanted to give the people here such an experience because it's such a valuable meeting with your own soul, yourself, your higher self, whatever you call it, however it is expressed to you. If anybody doesn't feel comfortable with it, totally okay. You write, and then you can also share here. And if you want, because I want to make a PDF from the best answers, if you want that, you can give it to me and I will put it into a PDF to share with everybody. Kind of the psychomagic experience Davos 2026. That's what my idea was. Okay? More people coming from outside?
We'll have a look.
Okay? Welcome. So I'm Harold. I was gifted the psychomagic written, but shaped by the sum of our choices. All the time. What do you feel called to bring into the world? If the future is not written, but shaped by the sum of our choices, what do you feel called to bring into the world?
This one.
Felix, what are we doing here? Thank you so much for the session. Yeah, I enjoyed it myself. Thanks for coming.
There's one missing.
What did you expect?
I thought I'd be sitting watching.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that
So, count on three. I will count on three. Open your eyes on three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And do you like the session?
Yes.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Here we go.
That's a first thing. Well, thanks for coming. Enjoy that one.
Thank you. I think so, but this is up to Toby and Hannah to decide. Okay, yeah. Not going to show. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
I will get my camera.
So overwhelming.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
conversations and meetings, what am I not seeing yet? Being here with all these conversations and encounters, what am I not seeing yet?
Right here, and then it was.
Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome, a very warm welcome to Climate Hub Davos, a space curated by GreenUp Switzerland and a space for people to share their ideas and connect and to take action. Before we get started with the session, a quick safety briefing. There are 3 exits in this theater. And in a case of an emergency, the most important thing is to stay calm and follow instructions. And we will exit the theater from the back exit. So from where you sit, it's to the left. And so that everyone gets seated, we're going to do a little exercise. May I ask you to stand up, take your bags, and again, from where you're seated, move to the left. Perfect. I think we are all set. So let's welcome our partners and guests. Aloha Foundation, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Where am I going to sit?
Welcome to the Regenerescence, regenerative living for a symbiotic civilization. That just happened to be the book that I just finished, of which Paul Stamets wrote the foreword. This Regenerescence that we're in is so important because it's regeneration and a renaissance of new. Around the world today, many people are thinking that regenerative has something to do with farming. Well, you're kind of right, because it does have something to do with farming, but it is not something new or trendy or a new type of skill that we're learning how to do farming in a different way. Regeneration is, at the very least, 4.3 billion years old. Right after the birth of our planet, our Earth, it's a symbiotic process of how life formed on Earth, and we eventually crawled out of that primordial soup of our Earth. And here at Davos, we're going into the second year of launching the Global Regenerative Development Alliance. This alliance is specifically for the built environment. Now you're thinking, game-changing transformations or power of regenerative economies. What does that have to do with regenerative development? Did you know that the second largest world's economy is regenerative development or development? The built environment, roads, highways, infrastructures, hospitals, schools, residential, commercial. The second largest economy in the world is the built environment, development. And regenerative development is a very, very large economy, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. There's a big overarching question that we all ask ourselves, and I've been asking for a long time now 10 years. I see my friend Harold's in the audience, and Michael, Fritz, and they also know that I've been asking this for a while from people on video. I asked them this question on video: what does a world that works for everyone look like for you? And then when I show them that and ask them that question, I start to see them stutter and fumble and start to sweat. And then they say, can I tell you later? And then I record it and I ask them a little bit later, or they come back and say a week later, a month later, or a year later, and I still record it on video. I ask them that same question. The reason I recorded it is because I thought I was going to do about 25 recordings, maybe 50, and then I would have this big aha moment. We would know what the world looked like, and it would be this viral success, and we'd say, oh yeah, that's what a world that works for everyone looks like, and we would go off and live it. I asked 3,900 people that question, and even more counting every day, and only 7 out of all those people I asked knew the answer to that question. Now, I want to tell you, I asked Michael, I asked Harold, I asked people who are authors, scientists, people who have worked for the United Nations, people here at the World Economic Forum that either have lots of money to be in certain rooms or have lots of education, have spent a lot of money to get educated, and they still didn't know the answer to that question. I think that's a big problem. I want to tell you that in a world that is changing in an exponential manner, our world is evolving and growing and changing exponentially every second of the day. If you and I or our businesses, our organizations only improve incrementally, we are sure to fall behind exponentially. Because you and I are evolutionary beings. We're evolving every second of the day. Even if we don't want to, we might be de-evolving a little bit, but we are evolving every second of the day. And if we're not keeping the same pace as the planet we live on, we're falling behind exponentially. That's a big problem. And that's development. That's the built environment. If we still live in the caves, but the rest of the world is talking about quantum computers, that means we're falling behind exponentially. So we need to take this quantum leap to the Regenaissance. And that's one reason I wrote the book. And also why I convinced Paul to read it a few times to give me a nice foreword of the book, because he actually believed in it. The main thing that we want to focus on here is economies. And you're probably familiar with all the classical, and since we're at the World Economic Forum, shitty economic models. Ones that have to deal with GDP, growth, neoclassical, micro, macro. They're in red because they all compete one against each other. You can't take GDP and capitalism and put them head together because they compete against each other. They're always trying to one-wheel. They don't give each other support so that they both win. They actually fight against each other, and they all have a limit to growth. That means they go a certain point and then they crash, or they have to rob and steal money from someone else. These models are also require someone or something on this planet to suffer in order for them to succeed. They're a have and have not type of economic model. But here's the great news. Did you know that everybody in this audience knows at least 5 ecological economic models? How many people know what an ecological economic model is? Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Great. There are more than 32 ecological economic models in this world, and there's new ones coming out every single day. The reason they're in green is because they give each other redundancy. You can do one of these models or you can do all of them, and what they do is give each other redundancy, they build each other up, and they support themselves for success. Those 5 that I said you knew, I'm sure everybody's heard of donut economics from Kate Raworth. Everybody's heard of well-being economics. Everybody's heard of regenerative economics. That's what this topic is about today. Everybody has heard of Sustainable Development Goals economics, pluralist economics, circular economy, sufficiency economy philosophy. There's so many. Just in the last 4 years, there have been more than 20 books written on ecological economic models. There hasn't in the history of economics been that many books written on economics, let alone ecological economic models. So that tells us that we're sick of all the shitty ones, and we want to replace it with something new. The one I really like the most is Earth for All, because it combines 5 different ecological economic models into one. With that in mind, because we're going to make this quantum leap to regenerative economics, this game-changing quantum leap, I want you to watch this video and kind of see if you see a few things or have seen it before.
Electrical impulses. Every cell knows and talks to every other cell. They exchange 1,000 bits of information between them per second. Cells group together, forming a giant web of communication. which in turn forms matter. Cells get together, take on one form, deform, reform. Makes no difference, it's all the same. Humans consider themselves unique, so they've rooted their whole theory of existence on their uniqueness. One is their unit of measure, but it's not. All social systems we put into place are a mere sketch. 1 + 1 = 2. That's all we've learned. But 1 + 1 has never equaled 2. There are, in fact, no numbers and no letters. We've codified our existence to bring it down to human size, to make it comprehensible. We've created a scale so that we can forget its unfathomable scale.
But if humans are not the unit of measure, and the world isn't governed by mathematical laws, what governs all that?
Film a car speeding down a road. Speed up the image infinitely, and the car disappears. So what proof do we have of its existence? Time gives legitimacy to its existence. Time is the only true unit of measure. It gives proof to the existence of matter. Without time, we don't exist.
You're like, what in the heck is he showing us that for, Morgan Freeman? Mainly because 1 + 1 in living systems never equals 2. In all living systems, biology, ecology, environment, you and I, biological beings, 1 + 1 never, ever, ever, ever equals 2. It's always a super exponential, and it verges on quantum tunneling. That's not something I made up. That's well over 70 years old. Comes from Lynn Margulis. She was at a symposium at Lake Como, wrote a book, and compiled a lot of scientists that were there talking about symbiosis as an ecological phenomenon, as the fastest form of human evolutionary innovation ever seen. Ecological economics is based on the ecology of living life systems that take economics and environment and ecology into play. All other classical economic models, capitalism, extraction, they use our nature without accounting for the true capital or the true cost of nature. And that's the difference between ecological economics. But more importantly, ecological economic models mimic life. They mimic the regenerative process of how life works, the original life operating system. Now, I need to get a little bit deeper to go between the super exponential to quantum tunneling into quantum physics a little bit. And I'm going to get the help of the father of quantum string theory, and hopefully my video is cut to the right size. I think it is. Here it is.
Because, like I said, it's trial and error. Almost all chemistry and biology is done by trial and error.
Mostly error.
How is penicillin discovered? We discover new penicillins the same way, by accident. So we're now talking about not by accident, but systematically creating fertilizer, creating new drugs, new therapies, because that's how Mother Nature does it. Mother Nature does not do it by petri dishes. Mother Nature does it quantum mechanically.
Right. So let me get back to your earlier comment that Mother Nature is a quantum computer. Did you say that?
In that sense, yes. You go outside, you see photosynthesis taking place, you see energy being converted into useful chemicals, you see life, you see all sorts of chemical processes happening, none of which can be duplicated by an ordinary computer. That's where quantum computers can come in.
And all of it is happening like it's just another day under the sun.
That's right. So in other words, we actually have quantum computers. They're called leaves, plants, vegetation. All of them are quantum mechanical. Why did you eat breakfast this morning? It was a byproduct of quantum computers. Why do we have a green revolution? The green revolution was a quantum revolution. That's why we had fertilized crops. And that's why we have a food shortage today, because we're running out of fertilizer. That's why we need quantum computers to come in to fill the gap. A second green revolution is a byproduct of the quantum revolution.
Wow. And that would be one of the next eras that you're talking about.
Yeah.
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 Now let's
So the reason I show that is a lot of people kind of, even though they hear it, they see it, I talk about it, they still don't get it. What he is saying is that the way we came up with quantum computing, or why we thought we needed it, is we couldn't figure out how in the hell does that plant do photosynthesis, capture carbon, heal the soils, give us food, create oxygen, and trillions of other quantum mechanical things at the same time. Oh, I think we need a quantum computer to figure that out, and what kind of nutrients it takes and the microbes, so that we can figure out how to reproduce that, so that we can grow more crops or be more fast or be more efficient. But I want you to know that plant is quantum mechanical, but you and I and birds and species and other plants and fungus and trees, they're also quantum mechanical. But most importantly, you need to realize that you're one of those quantum mechanical beings. You crawled out of the primordial soup of this earth, and you're a quantum mechanical human being. You can process faster than any quantum computer will ever have the ability to do, or that we can create. To put that into perspective, I want you to know that our brain, every single second inside our brain, our neurons are firing electrical signals at the rate of 268 miles per hour. That is faster than a Formula One F1 race car screaming through your skull. And that's kind of why I did that, because this Formula One race car at that speed is actually standing still. That's how fast your neurons are traveling through your brain every second. Here's another example. It's just like, to put it into perspective, we'll go a step further. In every cell of our body, there are 200 mitochondria, bacteria. So when an infant is born, before it comes down the birth canal, there are 70 trillion human cells in the human body. Each one of those 70 trillion cells has 200 mitochondria inside it. What is a mitochondria? It's a bacteria that helps the cell collect energy, make food, so that you could take that first breath to take light and give you life. Before that baby has even come out of the canal and taken its first breath, those cells in your body have been doing quantum mechanical processes well before. And I'm not even talking now that you've come out, all the quantum things you do every second of the day. So when I mention that quote, that every second of the day, life on Earth, our Earth is evolving at an exponential rate, I'm also telling you that you're evolving at an exponential rate every second of the day. If I were to tell each one of you in this audience today, for the next 20 minutes, all you can do is breathe. Nothing else, no talking, no drinking, no walking, no sleeping, just breathe. You would be dead within 5 minutes. Because you do trillions of processes every second. And it's not just the breath, it's the circulation of the blood through your body. It's your skeleton system, nervous system, and all sorts of other things that are keeping you alive in this earth. Now, I've applied this quantum thinking and processes to a process specifically for regenerative development. And it's called neuromorphic quantum computing. The difference between classical quantum computing and regular quantum computing is neuromorphic quantum computing works how our brain works. And in Dubai and around the world, we've created this world for all model for architects, contractors, engineers, static engineers to do buildings and appraisals. In a world that is evolving and growing in an exponential manner every second of the day, if we only improve incrementally, we are sure to fall behind exponentially.
The great city of Dubai, spanning approximately 4,000 square kilometers across the desert, every street is alive with human activity. Megawatts pulsating through each intersection. A living organism of staggering complexity. How could we possibly see it all? The invisible network of thousands of computational nodes scattered across the city, each one a sensor silently witnessing its pulse. This is where quantum computing makes the invisible visible. A kind of intelligence that doesn't think as we do. It exists in a superposition, exploring billions of scenarios simultaneously. Watch the nodes flickering with possibility, evaluating, measuring, and scoring a scenario in the blink of an eye. And through entanglement, every variable touches another. A street rerouted in one district alters thermal comfort miles away. The orientation of a single building can significantly reshape the air across a whole neighborhood. Out of these entangled layers of trillions of possibilities, patterns emerge that are counterintuitive, elegant, and alive. This is quantum territory. But the city's intelligence runs deeper still. Every facade a living skin. Watch them pulse and breathe, tracking the sun, projecting heat and harvesting light. Each surface recalculates its position thousands of times a day. Not automation, evolution. Thousands of buildings, each one quantum-tuned to balance energy, comfort, and light, moving independently yet synchronized like a single organism. Dubai, one city, infinite adaptation, quantum resilience.
So I show this to you for a couple reasons. We're using it all around the world so far on different regenerative development projects. And when you look at that over that top view of Dubai, it's a concrete jungle. To me, really honestly, they look like headstones in a graveyard. And the reality is a lot of us are living in these headstones or graveyards, concrete jungles that are soulless, they're dead, they're not alive, they're not breathing, they're not green, they're not meant the way we live. And the problem is each of those developers individually approach to have those developments go. And they do what's called, through the big 5 accounting firms and through other firms, they do what's called a feasibility study. They can say, is it feasible to build this building and have a profit and a return? And that's what they call a feasibility study, to build a building. And when that feasibility study comes back, they get this answer back that says, oh yeah, that'll be profitable, and you as middlemen or realtors can get your money out of that, and it's a good deal. So then they build the building, and then they exit out of the building, and they don't care about the environment, the people who live there, and if it's a regenerative building. This World for All model takes in all the regenerative development processes of how we can use the new innovations that are regenerative, plants, trees, oxygen, non-fossil fuels, better built environment materials, so that we can be net positive, and it runs them through a neuromorphic quantum computer. And in every second through this computer, we can process 8.6 billion scenarios, which is 11 quintillion scenarios for every 8.6 billion, or for every second. And so we're doing these 8.6 billion processes every second. And that video that we showed you, we're able to do something like 72 quadrillion scenarios just in that short time. And we only had certain weighted things. So it's like, an easy way to explain it, it's like a digital ecosystem for the Earth that gives a baseline appraisal that you could push out into the future to find out all the different scenarios. But then, as you know the accurate appraisal of that space, you can apply all the regenerative solutions to that model and run out those scenarios endlessly to find out which solutions work best for which environments and which places. And because it is a concrete jungle and so desolate, that's why we chose Dubai as one of the pilot areas to test that out. Regenerative means to create the conditions that are conducive for life to thrive and flourish amid ever-changing life conditions. So now we're going to get into the next transition, and that is, we've talked a little bit about regenerative development, but what exactly does it mean? Well, first of all, it's an ecological economic model. It's the world's second largest economy that exists, and it's a $280+ trillion economy. If we were to talk about sustainable development, that's a $148 trillion economy. If we were going to talk about regular development, it's an $89 trillion economy. But what it means is it means living design, regenerative conditions, regenerative frameworks, circular economy, cradle to cradle, and all these certifications out there. But the most important is balanced emissions, net positive scenarios. We leave the planet better than we found it. And it's the built environment, roads, infrastructures, highways. These white letters down here are all, something happened, screen went blank. Screen went blank, Thomas, there we go. All these are the studies. There's been over 1,700 studies in the last 7 years on regenerative development, and that's where that $280+ trillion comes from. That's available today for developments moving in the future. So like I told you in the beginning, people would say, well, I thought you were going to talk about agriculture, Mark. All I know is regeneration has to do with regenerative farming or agriculture. So I'm going to answer that question. What is regenerative agriculture? It's also an economy, but it's the #1 economy in our world. It's the food environment, food, beverages, agriculture. It's the world's largest economy. It's a $750 trillion economy, and these figures are highly conservative, erring on the lower side, and it has actually 4 more sources than the previous slide over a 7-year study. It means all these things. So you've heard about permaculture and organic farming, but it means, first of all, removing all food from the commodities market, permaculture, microbial farming, agroforestry, perennials, carbon farming, on and on and on, that are all agriculture farming practices that give the earth back more than they take, and it's a regenerative process that grows abundantly. So, welcome to the Regenaissance, the regenerative renaissance. But as I get ready to pass the baton over to Dina, I just want to tell you that there have been more than 32 civilizations in our world before that have all collapsed. Doing what? The built environment. They've tried to build a civilization up. And there was a study done, it's called the Handy Study, done by NASA, and it was done twice. It was done October 2011 and 2014. Actually, I lied, there's a third one in 2018. That study asked the question to NASA. NASA asked the question on the scientific review, how many civilizations were there? How many collapsed? And what model were these civilizations running when they collapsed? Incas, Aztecs, Mayas, Greeks, Romans, Persians, early Mesopotamia, all of them came back. There was 32 civilizations, all of them collapsed. 5 out of those 32 collapsed because of disease, displacement, or disruption. All the rest collapsed because of ecological or environmental collapse. Basic infrastructure, roads, highways, sanitations, food, water, the basics, just Maslow's bottom of the pyramid, just the basic resources, that's why they collapsed. And then the second question was, what model were they running when they collapsed? Any guesses? They were all running a hierarchy model. All 32 collapsed running the same civilization operating system. A hierarchy system with one president, ruler at the top, peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers at the bottom. All of them, all 32. And it doesn't matter which of those civilizations we look at, they all collapse running a hierarchy system, or even better said, it's a class system. Top class, middle class, lower class. But here's the interesting thing. The bottom of that pyramid was being held up by peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers. And the most important thing to recognize of this is that they found out that none of the peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers were indigenous to the civilization that collapsed. They were all taken from some other country, other culture, brought in, enslaved, and they knew that they would always be peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers and never have buy-in to the system that they were building up. And that is a big thing that they think is why they collapsed, because you can't build up a civilization unless everybody has buy-in to the regeneration and the long-standing of that civilization. And that's why regeneration. If you look around the world today, you will see that absolutely everywhere you look. If you go to Dubai, if you go to that, where all the workers come from, the people who are building up these cities in the concrete jungles, or Qatar or Saudi, they come from Asia, they come from Pakistan, they come from somewhere else to build up that civilization on a work permit, on a visa. They live in a workers' camp. They send their money home. When the job's done, they have to go back or renew their visa or find another job. If you were to ask them, can you afford to buy this place that you're building up? Can you afford to live here? All of them would say no. We're running that same model. We're running it here in Switzerland. We're running it in the U.S. It's a class system, and that will always lead to failure. And that's why I just want to close to say the basics of human physiological needs are how we live life on Earth. And we need to meet those. And that means we need to get out of this hierarchy system. We need to get out of the ego where man or one person's at the top. We need to get into more an ecological view where we're in the center and think about the ecology of life, but we need to take it one step further, and that is seva, which is an old Sanskrit word which means regenerative, selfless service to all life, where we're all in love and harmony with each other together, and it's a journey that we're on here on Earth. And now I'd like to have Dina come up.
So I'm a regenerative brand and business strategist and multidisciplinary transformance artist. What do I have to do with this talk today about the game-changing power of regenerative economies? As a brand and business strategist, I get to consult most of all companies to transit from business as usual towards not only sustainable but regenerative business practices. Why? Because business is maybe the most powerful agent of change nowadays, not because only the money is there, but also because the decision-making paths are much shorter than in policy. And I've made the exercise, I've been in this for more than 20 years, and along with brilliant minds, we have realized, yes, business is maybe the most important agents of change. But how to make this transition faster, because we are facing a crisis, a polycrisis, as we know. And there is where the art and creativity comes, which I must say gets by the most of people misunderstood. When we speak of art, most of people think of the result of artistic activity, being painting, music, film, poetry. But actually what is most important is the process of artistic creation, where we go beyond the given constraints into a different way of looking for solutions. Because if we look for the solutions in the very same way, guess what? We will get the very same outcome. and one maybe even less communicated or thought of dimension, specifically in the realms like the World Economic Forum or economy, is the communications and entertainment realm. We'll come to that later. Brand and business strategy, regenerative brand and business strategy. It is a tool for designing desired outcomes. This is Martin Neumeyer, who is known as the godfather of branding. He is my mentor and very dear friend for many years. And what you see here on this image is the very personal copy of Steve Jobs. Martin Neumeyer has consulted Steve Jobs when he came back to Apple and has built the brand as we know it today. Why do I mention this? Just to tell to some of you who do not know who Martin Neumeyer is, to give him the credentials. But what is the basis of brand strategy? It's based on 3 questions. Who are you? You as a company or as an individual. What do you do? And why does it matter? This is the very famous talk about values and purpose. We all speak about that, business with purpose. We all need to have a purpose. But I argue about this even with Marty, try to bring this to the next level. I say, but Marty, it's not enough, because even the mafia have their own set of values and purpose. How does this help? We have to bring it a step further to have universal set of values which are life supportive and a higher purpose, again, to take the whole into account. I mentioned art earlier. I'm an artist, trained as an artist, and everything what I do, even consulting businesses, I do with an attitude of an artist. Why? Art means freedom, freedom of constraints. Art and artists are called not only to cross the boundaries, to break the rules. They're invited to do so, but they stay unpunished. Because art is not taken serious. In the best case, they get even awards for breaking the rules. But what's the specialty of this breaking the rules as an artist is that artist has kind of a quantum way to get in results. It creates experiences. And experience is much more powerful than thousands of videos. If one picture is more powerful than 1,000 words, experience is absolutely superior even to that. And art has the power to do that. I'll give you an ancient or a Renaissance example of disrupting the experience. This is, most of you would know, the altar wall in the Sistine Chapel, painted by Michelangelo himself. But what most people maybe don't know, this is now a detail, Michelangelo locked himself up in the Sistine Chapel for many, many weeks, didn't let anyone to go in, and painted all the dignitaries out of the Bible naked. Bear in mind, this is the time where the Spanish Inquisition was the most active. Therefore, the Church, the Vatican, hired another artist to paint over the nudity, but he had a very big respect for Michelangelo, only covered sparingly the bare parts. But Michelangelo dared to challenge the norm, to create an experience that encouraged then scientists of his time to do the same. Art has the power to provoke, to take something ordinary, like a pissoir, in a toilet. It will be useful for the gentlemen probably in this room. But in a gallery, people are confused, shocked, irritated. In any case, they do have a reaction, or at least have a question. So art can surprise. Like this famous example of Banksy, the real artwork was not the drawing in the frame, but the experience of shredding it at the moment when it was purchased for a very high amount of money. And art has the power to transcend. This is Marina Abramovic with her awarded performance at the Venice Biennale, where she did a performance immediately after the war in ex-Yugoslavia. Most of you might know this performance, where she transcended the pain of nations into an art piece. The power of vision. In order to get wherever, we first have to envision it. But it's not enough to have our own vision. We have to align in this vision. And here, being today at the World Economic Forum, with having the benefit of the world at our focus, at least as a declaration, I would like you to join me in one experiment. Just close your eyes for a moment and please think of your home. See it, how it looks like, what are the colors, what are the fragrances, sounds, who is there, how do you feel? Now please open your eyes and kindly raise your hand who had this image in mind. Look around, please, have a look. We have a problem. Being here at the World Economic Forum trying to find solutions for the global problems and do not experiencing Earth as our home in the first place, I like you to sit with that and don't forget this. So if we do want to build a boat, as Exupéry said, it's not enough to drum up the men. We have to give a vision that inspires everyone to move with all their powers towards the same North Star. Key factors of change, the one that we need so badly today, is speed and scale. Scale, but not only in terms of financing, scale in transformation. How can we accelerate the change? There are linear ways, and we have tried them all and haven't brought us to where we want to go. But science has luckily found out that it takes 400 repetitions to create new synapses in the brain through just memorization. But if we do this in a plate-based environment, guess what? We need only 10 to 20 repetitions. What do I want to say with this? I said earlier, we need to change the way how we look for solutions. Play is not much mentioned in environments like economy and politics. We take ourselves too serious. But then it takes us 400 repetitions and life is gone. We need to change the way we look at things. This is where the approach of art helps, approach of entertainment helps. And I mentioned this not only because of this, but also because 3.32 billion active gamers are worldwide active as of 2025. It is a huge economy, but it is also a chance to include generations across the board, from youngsters to older people, in a playful way, to envision, but also practice a new way of doing things. And now I pass on the baton and the clicker to our dear friend Susanna Pollack, who is the president of Games for Change, and she will tell you more about their mission.
Thank you very much, Dina. All right.
And I pass not only the clicker, but also the mic.
Okay, thank
you. Oops.
That's all right. All right, thank you, Dina. And thank you, Mark, for having me here today. Hello, everyone. I am Susanna Pollack, president of Games for Change. And before we start, I want to ask a quick poll in the room. I'm going to try to look out there. How many gamers do we have in the room today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so about, I would say, 1/20th of the audience. But let me ask you this question. How many of you play Candy Crush, Scrabble, Go, Words with Friends, New York Times Connections, right? All of these games that you engage with on a casual basis include you in this family of gamers. And that is why there are over 3 billion people playing games across the world. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why games are so important to this conversation of impact, about regenerative economies, and how games can play an important role in making our world a better place. Games for Change over 20 years has grown alongside the video game industry with a strong belief that games can have a power beyond entertainment. Games can be drivers for real-world impact that we can see in our daily lives. I've decided I'm going to flip around this presentation, so each of you have about 10 seconds to close your eyes while I go really quickly to the slides that say, and I'm going to come back, to this conversation about open up. Why games? Why are we talking about games here at the World Economic Forum? It's not the normal place for me to do a talk about the power that games have, about the relevance it is to our culture, our kids. Sometimes we talk about the risks that there are within the gaming industry towards misconceptions that games can cause violence, that they're wasting our children's minds away. But there are so many positive things about games that we can embrace and we need to embrace as the most important form of media today. We talked about the number of size of gamers. There are 32 billion or 33 billion. There is nearly, I think it's over 200 billion in revenue driving each year within the games industry. It's a $1 trillion economy. And for these size and scale, it alone sits as a form of media that needs to be addressed. But there are other reasons why games are an important part of this conversation. Where it sits within our culture. There is a point in which games are transforming or has transformed into the mainstream and are at this pivotal point, like other forms of media have been within its evolution, that can really inform, transform, and inspire society. Look at television. Any people in the audience here grew up with Sesame Street? I know I did, among the first generation. Well, Sesame Street came to be on public television because a revolutionary researcher named Joan Gans Cooney had this thought that if she could bring in television experiences in front of the most underserved communities, the young people, the young children who do not have the affordances, and their families couldn't literally afford to send them to a preschool environment before they enter the public school system, that they were sitting at a disadvantage. And because television in the late 50s and early 60s were becoming a main household staple, that she was able to convince public television to give her time on air. And through rigorous research, we have seen 50 years later that there are generations of young kids who have become early learners, and they're learning social emotional skills. They're learning early literacy skills, all before they enter in a kindergarten environment. There's another form of media in terms of comic books that we also saw a transformative part in our culture. Comic books were originally relegated to Westerns, then superhero and supernatural comics. But when Art Spiegelman came along and decided to demonstrate a retelling of the growing Nazi movement through a graphic novel, a visual format, it changed the perspectives, how you can use a visual storytelling technique in a very serious manner. He used anthropomorphized animals to play characters, to illustrate scenes that otherwise would really be difficult to see in this kind of medium. And you will see through Amazon books or bookstores around the world an entire genre now of narrative visual of graphic novel storytelling that helps illustrate some difficult topics. Feature films, Hollywood, Bollywood, and the international film scene, they've often turned to serious subjects to entertain, to inform within narrative storytelling. It's not a new concept, but it can be, if well done, be an investment that can be to deliver a significant return. It can inform, it can build awareness of people who may not otherwise come across these subjects. And we believe that games are at that point in our culture. Games are ubiquitous. They are sitting with the advent of cell phones in our hands. And we are seeing through the community that we've been a part of growing that there are many, many ways that games can improve our lives. This here is an example. I think I'll talk about it later, but in case I don't, Assassin's Creed, a very popular console game made by Ubisoft. It takes place in different points of history, and it is what you call a first shooter game in that the protagonist is shooting arrows, or if it's set in the Revolutionary War, it might be rifles, at adversaries, but it sits within different periods of time that are historically accurate. Ubisoft employs a franchise historian that ensures as much. And so we have a generation of young people who have grown up loving world history through this otherwise seemingly traditional game. And it got to the point where through some convenings that Games for Change were a part of, that Ubisoft decided to create an educational version because they heard of teachers trying to mod this game, try to change the game so they could bring it into the classroom and meet kids where they were. And now there are educational versions of this series that teachers are using around the world. Another perspective to look at this is how the games industry is now influencing culture. Media, and you will see it everywhere. Television, you've got Netflix. Now they have a subscription to a gaming content because they know that gaming will drive a subscription model. Amazon games. Amazon, again, Prime Video, also has a gaming subscription model. Samsung, on their smart TVs, have installed games, smart games, within their platforms and even have interactive ads. Newspapers, the news industry, New York Times, the games page and game subscription. I don't know if this is really the time to celebrate this, but the games subscription at the New York Times is driving more revenue than the news. It's not a great state of affairs, right? However, New York Times knows that games are going to drive people to their platform, develop loyalty. I mean, I read the New York Times. I've got a regular subscription, thank you. But I do play New York Times games every morning. If you haven't tried Wordle, that's a great way to wake up your brain, though I really do like Connections. That one works for me. LinkedIn. LinkedIn games, same thing. Super casual games that you can play every day. Even TED now has games in development, right? So we are finding games everywhere. And in fact, I do think there was a session yesterday about how every company needs to develop a gaming strategy. You need to meet consumers where they are, and this is where they are. But once you do connect with your audience, your consumers, what can you do? What can games do other than entertain and relieve stress and connect you with friends? Well, we feel very strongly, and research has demonstrated, that games, the impact can come in many forms. There are games that can be used in classrooms, right? Games, teachers that are bringing games into an environment, meeting kids where they are, and giving them an opportunity to learn. Here we have Minecraft, the most popular game in the world, where there's a Minecraft education platform that is distributed through Microsoft 365 subscriptions throughout all schools, where they're subscribed around the world, where teachers can find curriculum within Minecraft, and lesson plans are developed. There's also a former U.S. Supreme Court Justice, Sandra Day O'Connor, definitely one of a hero of mine. Upon leaving the Supreme Court, her next initiative was creating a game studio. Why would a U.S. Supreme Court retiree create a game studio? Because she was frustrated that her grandchildren couldn't name the 3 branches of government, but they could name the 3 judges in American Idol. So she decided to meet them where they were. And now she has a non-for-profit organization that is part games studio and part education, transforming education, called iCivics. icivics.org, and you can play very casual games in the classroom and outside about how to pass a law, about the branches of government. It does focus on U.S. Government and civics, but it's fun. But it is at the time, 15 years ago, revolutionary way to reach children. And now I think it's utilized in over 75% of middle schools across the U.S. Different from learning, which is what do I say? To transfer knowledge is building awareness. More generally, how can we raise awareness around the planet, around climate, about the refugee crisis? How do we develop empathy for people in different places? Through a game. Games allow people to step in the role of someone else's shoes. Unlike traditional media, where it's a sit-back experience, this is a lean-forward experience where the players have agency to change the outcome. And through that process, you very much are able to raise awareness and have people care and take action. There's a very fun game called Dumb Ways to Die that was originally produced by the Melbourne Transit Authority, and I won't torture you with the jingle that was created at the time, but it is a very fun games for impact. Don't have to be super serious. That engaged people around. In this case, it was nonsensical ways that you might cause your demise. Don't poke a bear. Don't put a fork in in an outlet. And at the end of the day, don't swim with piranhas. And at the end of the game, and at the end of the messages, watch the railway lines. Don't step into the train tracks. And it became viral sensation. It has spawned multiple games. You can buy plush toys, and it was light, but it got his message across. Oops, let me go back for a second. Can I go back? No. Okay, sorry. No sneak preview. I'm very sorry. There, Paul. Okay, social movements. It can bring people together, right? Games like Pokemon Go got people outside, moving, engaging in their surroundings, and became cross-generational. Citizen science. Citizen science is using games to collect data for scientific research. And there's some fantastic work that even a UNDP has done along those lines. Nope, back again. Health and wellness. Games relax you, yes. They can bring down your heart rate. You can use biometric metrics to see that happen. And what we're seeing now in neuroscience labs across the country is that games can rewire our brain. They can help us manage otherwise mental or cognitive disorders. There is a game that was approved by the Federal Drug Administration in the US called Endeavor RX, and this game can treat ADHD in young people. Digital therapeutics is what that DTX stands for. So here's some of the many ways that games can have impact. Without going back to my earlier slides, because I'm really afraid I'm going to mess this all up, I just want to tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing at Games for Change and where we fit into this regenerative economies conversation. At Games for Change, we are a not-for-profit that, as I said, has grown alongside the games industry. We pride ourselves in building a community of practice that's cross-sector. That's why I'm so excited to be standing here at World Economic Forum and talking to you. We have a community, of course, game designers, game developers, publishers, but we also have a community of researchers and scientists, people in the healthcare industry, people in policy making, people in government. And we bring people together to help advance collaboration to allow games to be transformative. We work all over the world. We're based in the US, but we have chapters on every continent. And we work over the next 5 years, we're going to be working strategically with different UN agencies on the road to 2030. We ran our very first Games and Sustainable Development Goal Summit 2 years ago in New York. And starting in April, we are going to be taking this model of inviting the games industry and change makers, different UN programs and organizations that are working towards the SDGs, and bring them together in convenings at different UN headquarters cities, starting in Nairobi in April, working with the UN Environment Program and UN Habitat. We're going to be moving on to Rome in October. We'll be working with the World Food Program and FAO with a convening around the World Food Forum. There are many UN agencies that have gaming strategies, and that's what we help them advance. UNICEF is working with focusing on well-being through designing toolkits for developers so they can design games for well-being in mind. The WHO is working with the games industry to help share information, health information through this distribution channel that are games. And in this regenerative economies conversation, games are relevant because the games industry, because we are driving economies. We are creating new economies. In Africa, one of the growing populations within the games industry is a big focus of investment, and which is going to be part of our focus in April. Games already, besides financial economy, they have a virtual economy with communities. Games are not only engaging players, but they're engaging communities of millions of people that come together because they share the love of games. Games are also systems. It can help solve problems that are otherwise complex problems that are difficult to either convey to other people. You can break down ideas systematically into a game to convey that through play, or you can use game design as a design process to help unlock issues and help rethink complicated problems. And as we think about regenerative design within society at large, there are ways that this trillion-dollar games industry can also improve. We can participate in helping the industry to think about regenerative models that are thinking about long-term monetization strategies rather than short-term wins, that can help promote healthy social behavior within the games and reward that kind of behavior rather than leading with takedowns and this idea of a single player can win a game. So there are many conversations that can happen within the games ecosystem. And I really welcome the opportunity to engage with you if you're interested in learning more. We are an NGO. We work with all different organizations around the world. So please come check out one of our events, whether it's in Nairobi or Rome or New York City in July for our annual Games for Change Festival. And please join our community. Thank you. And now, last but not least,
thank you so much.
Fabulous, Paul. Thank you.
28.
This is the wrong presentation. Let me think. No, I think it's okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't get to preview my slides prior to this. So I am going to present to you something that I think is fundamentally important for your families, for yourself, for future descendants. I'm a mycologist. That means I study fungi. I specialize in medicinal mushrooms and in psilocybin mushrooms. So all habitats are infused with mushroom mycelium. When you see a mushroom, it's really, when you pick it, it's a portal into an underground vast network that's literally under every step that you take. And the mushrooms, some people call them the proverbial tips of the iceberg. The mushrooms are perishable. They rot in 4 or 5 days. The mycelium can literally live for decades, hundreds of years. And so here's a mycelium growing over 5 days. Now, if you saw that, and you paid attention, those were exponential expansion. So this is a life form that grows exponentially, and Mark described this. Mycelium represents rebirth, rejuvenation, regeneration, and regenescence. It is something that we can harness as a powerful ecological engine to make systemic change that can lead to a better future. I always like to give credit to my mentors, that Dr. Michael Bugh, Kit Skates, Daniel Stuntz, and Alexander Smith. And I also like to give credit to, this is the wrong presentation, I think. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a talk on immunity, and they're going to go into psilocybin mushrooms. So, but I can wing it. So, so my brother John, my mother, and my father were first got me inspired into science, etc. Is there any chance that we can change the presentation? Because this is going to go into psilocybin mushrooms. This is the wrong presentation. And there's a lesson for all presenters out there. Always work with the tech people. Always go back and always preview the material. So anyhow, just FYI. I want to give this talk on immunity and immune systems and how this can help all of you survive what I think is the next pandemic. Can we try that again? Pardon?
He's going to try.
Okay.
Continue talking without, and I'm trying to get the right one, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, this will be a dexterous attempt on my part. So, I first got in the field of mycology because of my interest in psilocybin mushrooms. I published my first book when I was 23 years of age in 1983. And psilocybin mushrooms have been formative in being able to help me in my career and to help me in my creativity as a scientist. So, no, this is frozen. This is okay. For all you presenters out there, I hope you can relate, you know. The talk was immunity? Yeah, for pandemics, okay?
Tomorrow's the immunity talk. Today's the psilocybin.
Okay, all right, let me just wing this, okay? Let me have control again, okay?
You want to continue with this one?
Let's ask the audience. Do you want to hear about immunity or psilocybin? So everybody for immunity, psilocybin. Immunity or psilocybin? Raise a hand for immunity.
We can solve it today. You can hear about psilocybin, and you can come back tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and you can hear about immunity because it's fed in the system for tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're back to psilocybin. Hey, I love psilocybin, so this is not a problem for me, okay? All right, so I've been involved in psilocybin mushrooms for a long time, and they've been formative in my life. And I would just love to have a show of hands. How many people here have had a deep journey with psilocybin mushrooms? Raise your hand. Okay, and obviously those people who have not raised their hands, you have not. So the two of you should talk, right? About half the audience, we're together here. Okay, my mistake, pardon me, this has been a very busy day and very little sleep over 5 days. So my brother John went to Yale. He had amazing experiences in Mexico and Colombia. He inspired me, the youngest brother in the youngest one of my family, to be involved in psilocybin mushrooms. So can we have next slide? I just recently, this past year, published a new book, Psilocybin Mushrooms in Natural Habitats. It's a book that consolidates massive amounts of wisdom from my ancestors as well as my own research and from peoples all over the world, from Africa to India, etc. I dedicated my book to 3 great mycologists, Maria Sabina, Tina Wasson, and Kit Skates. So I think women have not had their proper acknowledgement for the key role that they've played in opening the door for so many scientists, and particularly in the field of psilocybin mushrooms. I had a DEA license. I was covered by it very early on. We did a number of conferences. It's hard to describe how paranoid we were to push the envelope here because psilocybin in the United States is a Schedule I drug. The United Nations passed a law also making psilocybin a Schedule I illegal substance, which means that it had no medical value, high potential for abuse, and high potential toxicity. Those 3 things are not true. So it hopefully be rescheduled to Schedule III in the next few years. I met Albert Hofmann in the course and gave him a copy of my book back in 1980. And these are some of my books, but as Terence McKenna really gets credit for the psilocybin magic mushroom grower's guide, this book became really popular and taught people how to grow psilocybin mushrooms on grain with using simple kitchen techniques, oftentimes in closets. These are 3 species of some of the more than 220 species that have been published around the world. Psilocybe fabulosa, Psilocybe cubensis is the most widely used psilocybin species in the world, and then Psilocybe cyanescens. So I asked a researcher, how long ago did the psilocybin genes get first evolved in the fungal genome? And he said, well, we could find out. We have to do molecular clock analysis. Very, very high-tech computers, a lot of data was crunched, but it would take money. So I funded it for $100,000, and we published this recently, and we found out that psilocybin was expressed in the fungal genome 65 million years ago. What an extraordinarily interesting time. So when you look at the historical records of herbarium samples around the world for almost 222 years, you'll see that it's spread all over the world. Now, the underrepresentations in Africa and in Russia is not because they don't grow there. It's because of scientists did not make the collections. In Africa has the deepest history of the use of psilocybin mushrooms. But it's basically, is it recorded history or is it prehistory? Prehistory means before the written word. So the fact there's an absence of these reports here doesn't mean that they don't occur. It means there's an absence of scientists or written language. A lot of these traditions were oral. So I'll take you on a few of the archaeological sites of the use of psilocybin mushrooms around the world. Northern and southern Algeria, the famous bee-man figure, 7,000 years of age. Mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms, put into honey to preserve them because they rot in 2 or 3 days. And that's where probably fermented psychoactive meads came into existence. It's very much associated with the Bos taurus, which is the predecessor to the long-horned cattle. And so interesting in this Tassili plateau in southern Algeria, these mushroom-like figures, this bee-man is called, and the Bos taurus, our cattle, are linked very, very close together, just a few inches apart. And then in Spain, we have also representation of Bos taurus and what appears to be mushrooms growing underneath. I went on a tour with my partner, Dr. Pam Crisco, of temples in Egypt. And most people went inside with the tour guides, and my partner and I went mushroom hunting on the outside of the temples, and we found mushroom glyphs everywhere. And this is a particularly interesting one, and I want to give credit to other scientists who preceded me who first detected that these mushrooms were appearing on the reliefs. And this is the goddess Hathor in the Dendera temple, and there's a vase there with mushrooms growing out. And the other image you'll see is the blue lotus with mushrooms also co-occurring. So these are phenotypically accurate, taxonomically accurate descriptions of psilocybin mushrooms. The shape of them is very unique and very distinct. And mushrooms comes out of holes, like in the ground or in bags of plastic, or this is how cultivators grow. Mushrooms, emit out of the holes. So the idea is that these could be cultivated. Now, mushrooms cannot be collected by the common people. They are only reserved for the royalty. So what's curious is that Psilocybe cubensis, which is the species that we think was growing around that area, because of desertification now, these species are not present. But it's associated, the golden color of the mushrooms, the golden tops, as you saw in the previous images, and the water lily grows in ponds. Where do cattle go? They go to ponds to drink. So in collecting the blue lotus, you inevitably find also these magic mushrooms that are golden and bruised bluish. The lotus closes at night, opens up in the day. Mushrooms come up very quickly. So the concept of birth and rebirth was intimately tied. And here's the falcon sitting upon a mushroom. And so we found mushroom glyphs all over the temples. We visited 10 temples along the Nile, and we found mushroom glyphs everywhere. I showed it to an Egyptologist, and he says, "Don't be silly. These aren't mushrooms. They're shovels." Well, shovels wouldn't, there'd be other direction. And then clearly, this is an example of if you're detached from the ecosystem of the culture that you're studying thousands of years ago, then you can miss what is obvious to us other scientists. We go to India. And this is also a phenotypically accurate depiction of Psilocybe cubensis. And Psilocybe cubensis can be grown in great quantities, extremely sustainable. The cost of growing Psilocybe cubensis is less than that of portobello mushrooms. So a pound of mushrooms is 454 grams. You dry it down to 45 grams. A hero's journey is 4.5 grams. So you get, for 10 cents, you get a paradigm-shifting, potential magical experience. Incredibly inexpensive, scalable, sustainable, and you'll see, I think, extremely useful. And the Roslin Chapel in Scotland, also, we found these reliefs that look very much like the mushrooms that grow around the Roslin Temple, Psilocybe semilanciata. So we jump into what we call the new world. It wasn't really new, but this is what we call it. And then we look at the codoliths, the descriptions in the Spanish Codex, where they brought priests over who actually recorded and wrote down the experiences of the indigenous use of psilocybin mushrooms, in this case, sahugun. And they described the mushrooms very specifically, very similar to that of how people today describe it, giving them visions, being able to contemplate and to go on deep spiritual journeys. And then recently in Oaxaca this past year, I traveled with our friend Joe Torres, Latorre, and we found a Catholic cross from the 1500s. Remember, conquistador of Spanish conquistadors came in the early 1500s, 1507, 1509. A few decades later, when the Catholicism spread throughout Mesoamerica, then in the base of this cross are then also accurate descriptions of psilocybe mushrooms that are codified at the base of the cross. Again, skeptics said, those aren't mushrooms, they're spears. Well, or they're bolts, stakes that are used to hang Christ on the cross. Well, spears aren't collected in a basket. The mushrooms are joined at the bottom, and the other mushroom reorients itself. So this is clearly another example of psilocybe mushrooms that are being depicted. So psilocybe zapoticorums and cereulescens are two of the species most used frequently in Mesoamerica and Mexico and Guatemala, going into Peru. And it was when this magazine, Life magazine, came out in 1957 with R. Gordon Wasson and Tina Wasson's journeys to Oaxaca, and they met Maria Sabina, who turned them on to the sacred use of psilocybin mushrooms. But this is the point that I want to bring contemporaneously today. There's been a long history of the use of psilocybin mushrooms. It's been suppressed by religions and invasion of foreigners for all the reasons that are quite obvious. But something that's happened today that's really interesting is there is a convergence and cooperation between indigenous people and scientists. And it's come to be known as two-eyed seeing, where you have the traditions of indigenous people being combined with modern technologies and scientists. And when Moderna and Albert Marshall were confronted by one of their tribal members, why should I have my children educated in a Western school? They came up with two-eyed seeing, because with two eyes, you can see much more clearly than with one. All traditions have benefited from advances in modern technologies. So psilocybe sinensis is very popular. It grows here in Switzerland. It grows throughout Germany. It likely has migrated from the Pacific Northwest, and it was brought over when the Kew Gardens, who first described it, a scientist there in 1946, they brought over rhododendrons, azaleas, and trees. Ulmus rubra, the red alder, was not endemic to Europe until it was brought over by people visiting North America. And just as likely, Psilocybe cubensis probably came over the conquistadors and the Spanish when they brought cattle. So this idea of movement of psilocybe species accompanies human migration. So Psilocybe sinensis is one of the most potent species in the world. It grows in Washington State, Oregon, Northern California. It's very easy to transplant plant the mycelium and to be able to grow it in new habitats. So here is a wood chip pile of red alder, and there is my partner Pam. You can see she's very happy with her little patch. And look at all these psilocybin mushrooms. There is way more than enough for all of you here. And it's easy to grow. You don't need a laboratory or a pressure cooker, et cetera. Psilocybe mushrooms can also co-occur with deadly poisonous species, so this is why you need to be skilled if you're collecting these in the wild. I recommend no one here ever buy a dried mushroom a wild mushroom product purportedly that containing psilocybin. The very strong possibility you could co-mingle it with a deadly poisonous species. This has happened. People have died confusing the two. You need to know what's called the chain of custody of where the mushrooms were collected. That's why psilocybin mushrooms that are grown are much more safer than those that are wildly collected, unless you're an expert. Liberty caps is one that grows in southern Chile, grows here in Switzerland, grows in Italy, in France, in Norway. It also grows in South America. So it's a very easy species to identify because it has a nipple on the top and a very long stem. But now I just want to review a few of the studies that bring us into current times. And this is a game changer for society, is that statistically significant reduction in criminal behavior. If these were prisoners who were surveyed, and if they had one experience with psilocybin mushrooms, statistically significant reduction in the crimes that are listed here. When you look at partner-to-partner violence, it turns out that psilocybin and LSD, if your potential lover or your lover had one experience with psilocybin or LSD, they made better partners. There was a reduction in the potential for violence. I always thought you put this on a dating app. Have you ever tripped on psilocybin mushrooms? Yes, you can move right. No, you move left. This could be put into a game. I can see potential here. But anyhow, it could be your secret power in your gaming or something like that. Association between opioid use and psilocybin mushrooms. Psilocybin was the only one that associated with a reduction in opioid use. Think about that. We've all have been affected by people addicted to opioids, and it's been devastating to society, devastating to families. And my family has been personally affected, and I would think that most of you have also know family members or friends of family members who've suffered from this. And then in terms of nature relatedness, and this is where I'm going, psilocybin mushrooms increases your attachment to the earth and attachment to nature. And so what happens for those of us who've taken psilocybin mushrooms, you really feel like you're part of the natural world. You can relate more to ecosystem protection, to managing, your lifestyle and your practices to be more in coordination with the health of the ecosystems as opposed to exploiting and extracting them. So as it turns out that 8 million Americans surveyed in 2023 admitted to taking psilocybin mushrooms. 8 million Americans who admitted. There was probably a lot more than that. So I checked this the other day, and 263 universities and institutions have been registered at clinicaltrials.gov for doing clinical trials on psilocybin. So anyone out there is a skeptic, realize that they went through IRB boards, institutional review boards, to see, number one, if it was safe. Number one, is it addressing a medical need that current medicines are not addressing. And number three, whether it is the science supports the research. This is by many scientists on these IRB boards approving this. 263 clinical trials as of today at clinicaltrials.gov for a wide assortment of treatments. Alcoholism, PTSD, anxiety, all the addictions that I had mentioned. And mushrooms, in terms of looking at drugs that have been used, commonly, with alcohol being the serious potential harm to society and the individual, mushrooms barely even registered. The LD50 of psilocybin mushrooms is more than 42 pounds. You can't consume 42 pounds of mushrooms. The LD50 is a lethal dose of something you take that would kill 50% of the people. They're some of the least toxic drugs ever analyzed. So they don't deserve to be on Schedule 1. They aren't toxic. Many states in the United States have applications for legalization or decriminalization. Colorado and Oregon are the most significant. And then we also know that it's being in New Mexico by prescription they have. But this is a rise up of the people. What's happening in the cities, the municipalities. I've been to several of these city council meetings. 10-1 oftentimes votes. When they see the science, the scientists present, They decriminalized psilocybin to the lowest priority of law enforcement. That's really important to know. They don't actually legalize it. They just decriminalize it. So it's a waste of law enforcement time and money if they're drag somebody into court for growing or possessing psilocybin mushrooms. So they lowered it. Very clever legal strategy. So the big question oftentimes, even though 8 million Americans have used psilocybin mushrooms, 99.999% have used them in a natural form, as a mushroom. All the clinical trials you saw, with the exception of about 8, are using the molecule that was synthesized by Albert Hofmann in 1958. So a naturalistic survey from Johns Hopkins also found that there was a benefit in the sense of well-being, cognitive flexibility, etc. Dr. Pram Crisco and I are co-authors with others comparing the experiences of patients in her program, Reach to Thrive. I recommend that you look this up. It's a fantastic program. But they were able to compare the molecule versus the mushroom, and the results were the people who had used the molecule versus the mushroom preferred the mushrooms. It was less chemically, pharmaceutically, and they felt it was more beneficial. This is the root problem of trying to do clinical trials with psilocybin mushrooms. How do you have a placebo-controlled experiment? And Dr. Pam Crisco brings up the fact that it's unethical, if you're suffering from depression, to give somebody a placebo. Their depression increases because they thought they were going to get a medicine, and they didn't get the real thing. So depression, we don't need another study. And this has gone through phase 3 now, that psilocybin decreases depression. It's competing with SSRIs. And in this study from Yale University, 2 psilocybin trips, 1 year later, 67% of tobacco users were tobacco-free. Think of that. All of us know tobacco cigarette addicts. 2 experiences, 4 to 6 hours, and you're tobacco-free. Can all of you tobacco smokers afford 4 to 6 hours? Your life will extend. You're less likely to get lung cancer. Everything else that's associated with tobacco use, you know, a whole industry that is predicated upon making people, their customers, addicted. You know, what's the morals in that? So binge drinking of alcohol, also statistically significant. But this is the studies, and we're coming up to what I think is really significant, is that antidepressant drugs like SSRIs bind to TrkBs. These are receptors that activate on cells to create neurons. And it turns out they're called BDNFs that activate brain-derived neurotropic factors coming from TrkBs. Psilocybin docks with those receptors 1,000 times of a higher affinity than that of SSRIs. This is a threat to a multi-hundred-billion-dollar industry is using SSRIs. And it's in a natural form that's been proved over hundreds of thousands of years. So this is just an example of what happens with psilocybin. It increases neuroplasticity. It creates alternative pathways that actually cause dendritic spikes to fork and grow, and they touch, and you have what's called synaptogenesis. You have a new neural pathways to be able to help you. So now there are studies, for the first one in 2025, for Parkinson's patients, for which there is no cure. Now there's a common theme here that you're seeing, and it's all related to the health of your nervous system. Everything I'm speaking about to you today is related to the health of your brain, your ability to perceive. It's to your neurological health. And so the docking of these receptors, we found that when you combine psilocin and niacin, then you end up having a greater expression of these BDNFs that lead to new neuronal growth. So we found synergy. No activity with psilocin at these microdosing levels, no activity with niacin. You combine both of them, and you have the maximum calculated value. You have true synergy. So we see niacin as a way of enhancing this. Another very popular mushroom is lion's mane. So I decided to combine all 3, and the lion's mane mushroom, this shows these nerve cells growing new dendritic spikes versus the control. And this is over, I think, 5 days. So it's a very, very quick stimulation of neurotropic growth. So now looking at cognitive impairment with Alzheimer's, there are several studies showing lion's mane mushroom helps. Okay, I want to try to finish up here.
I have an idea, Paul.
What's that?
The idea is the reason I asked Paul to speak is I wonder if you know what economies Paul is touching on. Alcoholism, drug addiction, health, domestic violence, abuse. Psilocybin mushrooms make nicer people. And Paul says it better than I do, so if you can...
Well, I mean, this is. I want to just... Can I have 3 or 4 more minutes, okay? Think about the reduction in crime. Think about the prevention of addicts. Think about the cost of the court system, the law enforcement, the families, the societies. Psilocybin, I think, will go down in history as the most significant rediscovered molecule in the history of medicine. Psilocybin should be made, therefore, free for all citizens in the world. The return on investment makes economic sense. You know, this is something that has no addiction potential. People who use the psilocybin mushrooms don't want to use them again for a year. You can't get addicted on something you're using once a year. But this is such a phenomenal game changer for society. It's something that I think we should really incorporate. So, unfortunately, I am out of time. We do have a crisis in creativity. I want to take the last minute to show you something that was a huge epiphany. We all know, and Mark spoke to it, the Big Bang happened 13.8 billion years ago. And the Earth coalesced out of stardust, you heard this before, 4.5 billion years ago. And the Earth formed, when it formed 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth began to cool. But many of you may not know that our moon came from a collision with another planetoid, 4.5 billion years also. It slammed into the Earth, and then the moon formed. So 13.8, birth of the universe, 4.5 birth of our Earth and the moon. 4.3 billion years ago, the Luca, the last universal common ancestor. But what happened just recently is fundamentally revolutionary in understanding the life in the universe. In 2016, a probe was sent to this asteroid outside of Saturn. It landed, it came back with rocks in 2023. In 2023, they analyzed November, they released the data. 4 amino acids for DNA were found on this asteroid that formed before the Earth formed. This is 4.6 billion years old, more than 100 million years older than the Earth formation. The most remarkable thing, they found tryptophan. Tryptophan is one enzymatic step away from tryptamine. Tryptophan liberates carbon dioxide with an enzyme, and it finds tryptamine. Serotonin is a tryptamine. Psilocybin is a tryptamine. These are consciousness molecules. We are very likely to find psilocybin, serotonin, tryptamines throughout the entire universe. This speaks to what many of us feel from these psilocybin experiences is tapping into the universality of being, that we are all connected. We will find fungi on other planets. We will find animals. We will find plants. These are consciousness molecules. The universe and nature is conscious. We need to tap into the wisdom of universal consciousness, and psilocybin is a portal to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You are proud. No, you are proud. And to comment on this last slide, which you see here on screen, it's One Earth, the Global Regenerative Development Alliance that we started in order to unite the world around the vision about the one and only Earth. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 4.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for our guests and partners for this mind-widening session. We now make space for the next session in the theater, but please do stay with us in the foyer. There's a good food bar with plant-based food and beverages. And as you heard, there's another session on this topic tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Climate Hub Davos. Before we get started, I would like to activate you a bit. And this activation is a very easy one. I would like to ask you to stand up, grab your bag, and then from where you are seated, move to the left. We want to make sure that everyone gets a seat, even if they would be a couple of minutes late. Thank you. Excellent. So, we are in a space curated by GreenUp Switzerland, and this is a space for people to connect, share ideas, and take action. And we are joined also by audience watching the live stream, so welcome. A quick safety information before we get started. There are 3 exits in this theater. And should there be an emergency, the most important thing is to stay calm and follow our instructions. From where you are seated, we will exit the theater to the back left. The other exits you'll see on this illustration. There we go. And our online audience, bear with us a minute. We'll get everyone seated comfortably. And please do take a seat. We need to keep the ways empty. Okay, I think we can get started. So this next session is about moving from great ideas and pilots to scale, and I'm very pleased to welcome our partners and guests. Barbara Dubach, Executive Director, Innovate for Nature. Christian Schmitz, Founder and CEO, BDI Group. Susanne Glørsen, Founder and CEO, The Future is Fungi Award. And Ingrid Andersen, ICAD. Welcome.
Do I move the slides? Hello? Good. Is everybody alive? Yes. Great. So the topic is regenerate. So if you are not alive, we have to regenerate you first. But building nature-positive futures for people, cities, and planet. I am Christian Schmitz. PDIE stands for Purpose-Driven Innovation Ecosystem. And this is what we are coming to. These are the 4 organizations again. And each of us has only 2 minutes, so I have to do a little bit of a sprint here. We were in New York in September last year, and we wanted to shift from sustainability to regeneration. We assembled 75 people, and we created a manifesto for regenerative futures and founded the Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. Ecosystem, what is that actually? It's in biological as well as in human ecosystems, it's the exchange of biotic and abiotic nutrients, and an exchange of energy and information. Collaboration, working together, achieving things together. This would be from nature to humans, and nature and humans are not separate, are together. So sustainability was maintaining the status quo. Regenerare means creating anew, creating something new. That was the birth of GreenUp. So GreenUp was born to do what existing systems cannot. Regeneration, not mitigation. Cities and bioregions, we want to activate these cities and bioregions and connect them internationally to activate these innovation ecosystems. An action alliance, not a talk shop, born in New York, yeah. And we shift from extractive to regenerative systems. Less than 1 minute, okay. And this is basically it. So exchange of knowledge and technology, capital, and connecting cities, and building trust. If we want to shift finance and capital into the regenerative renaissance, you might have been in the previous session. Mark Buckley talks about the regenerescence. And this is what we are here for in Davos. And this is our third step, actually. And this makes me finish my 2 minutes. And Barbara from Innovate for Nature will continue and has also some great announcement to make.
Thank you very much, Christian. Hi, everyone. Great to be here again. We were here last year as well. Oh, now I'm going, I think, the wrong way. Oh, no, that's fine. So I think today what we want to focus on is really also on regenerative infrastructure and nature as infrastructure, because that's very important. Some of you that were in the previous session, you probably also heard Mark Buckley talking about the opportunities in that space. And I think what we really need to do is that we move away from grey infrastructure to sponge cities and really live kind of with nature and within nature on a daily basis. And what we do at Innovate for Nature is really that we are looking for proven solutions that can help really turn cities into more regenerative cities, but not only cities. And I'd tell you a little bit about Innovate for Nature. So we are a catalyst for innovative, nature-positive solutions. And what we are trying to do is really to look for solutions all around the world. So we have had in the past few years over 800 solutions that applied to Innovate for Nature, about 150 thereof in the area of nature as infrastructure. And then we really want to connect these solutions with partners, be it corporate partners that want to make their value chains more resilient, or be it investors who are interested in investing in innovative solutions. And we'll be pleased to announce some of these solutions today during the panel discussion. And then it's also about sharing, knowledge sharing, and really sharing best practices with each other. But I want to make the connection also to GreenUp. And actually, thanks to GreenUp, we met also with Gumbuk, who is an organization in Dubai. And we actually decided not just to have Innovate for Nature at global level, but to initiate a regional hub. And that's really thanks to GreenUp. And I think this shows that we need those global alliances to work together. And I don't know, Tatiana, are you in the room? Yes, so Tatiana is there. If anyone is in the region and wants to talk to Tatiana, please reach out to her. So with that, I want to close my introduction and hand over also to Susan Glersen from the Futurist Fungi Award, who is doing amazing things as well with fungal solutions. Susan, the floor is yours.
We are both organizations focusing on nature-based solutions. When I say fungi, many people think about mushrooms on their pizza or mold on the wall or even, magic mushrooms. But fungi innovations alongside bacteria or plants or algae plays an important role in a transition to more bio-based, nature-based system. Fungi is maybe the best regenerative example we have. They eat waste and what is no longer working and transforms it to new nutrients, a new life. So we can take textile waste, food waste, construction waste, and make new materials and new food. So I discovered this incredible potential of fungi, and we will hear some about in the real estate sector, but it's so untapped. We mapped 4 to 10% of fungi globally, hence the need for more awareness raising and resources. So the Future is Fungi Award, alongside Innovate for Nature, again nature-based solutions. I focus specifically on fungi. It's an award for startups and science entrepreneurs with super novel innovations solving environmental challenges. And it's all supported with investments, with expert network, with corporates, with research institutes, with startup experts. And also we have a program for the science entrepreneurs to learn to build a company. So any corporates, we need the corporate world to work with the innovators, and investors are well welcome to come in and invest in incredible fungi solutions. I encourage you to come up and speak with all of us later. So look forward to the session. Now Ingrid is coming.
Yes. I need to just... The clicker doesn't work since... Okay. I am from Sweden and representing here a global think tank called ICED. It stands for International Organization for Knowledge Economy and Enterprise Development. And what do? We do action research project linking technology, entrepreneurship, and different solutions covering environmental issues and also social issues. And in this sphere, I would like to connect to the nature-based solutions and nature-positive solutions where we actually worked with a number of cities in a big project called Urban Innovation in Nature, implementing a number of nature-based solutions. And we also brought another type of nature-based solution that people think. They think always nature-based solution is green roof or something that is very technical or territorial, but we also added a participatory nature-based solution where communities come together and actually do things that is good for nature and nature positive. And now, currently, we are driving another project, which is called Go Nature Positive, and that has more of a context of economy. What is a nature-positive economy? How can we move towards growth and combine that by being nature-positive? So in this project, we are looking at levers such as regulation from the government level and from other bodies. How can we regulate that? What does it make? Can that help to make a nature-positive economy? We're looking also at financial markets, and I know that we have a panel today that will cover more on the finance. What can actually finance do to support a nature-positive economy? And then we are also looking at the civil society. Bottom-up initiatives driving people and NGOs and taking those initiatives for real and building solutions from these initiatives. So this is our organization in a nutshell, and you are more than happy to join us. And we have also collaborated with Christian, Barbara, and Susanne for some time, and looking forward to a nice session. Thank you.
The finance blueprint for regeneration. If we can do this today, I doubt, but at least we can lay the first seeding and we can exchange some ideas. So let me call the esteemed panelists and go to my own seat. Hello? Okay. So, Professor, maybe we all sit at the place where the picture is so that we don't confuse the people. And so we have Professor Delfina Fantini. Van Ditmar. The Delfina is actually missing here on the slide. It might have been my own mistake, but sorry for that. So she is at the Royal College of Art. She looks into regeneration and has done a research where she looked at 78 different ventures and looked into what is going well and what kind of obstacles is regeneration facing. Maxime Nassour, we have been in touch since, I don't know, 2 years maybe. And he is very active in Peru. He has contracts with 113 indigenous people over a vast area in the Amazon. He's also doing regenerative agriculture. And then we have Dr. Barbara Weber. She is here in Switzerland, and she is an infrastructure investor. So first of all, I would like to have a round of introductions. So Delfina, maybe you can introduce your work and what you're doing. And in the second round, we come to your research.
Brilliant. So yes, I am Delfina Fantini van Ditmar. I am originally a biologist, and I did a PhD in design research at the Royal College of Art. Since then, I worked in many different departments, from design products to design innovation to fashion. And currently, I'm a co-investigator of a UK grant called Becoming Regenerative, in which we address the value of art and design in creating regenerative startups. And we're also empirically studying 78 case studies and following the journeys of all of these creative entrepreneurs and really seeing how they're trying to operate in a landscape that is very much not regenerative when it comes to the economy of it. And the main idea with this project is to finish with some policy making, not only by tracing all these obstacles, but also by using all of these creative people in thinking how things could be differently.
Maxime, give us a little bit
Yes.
a summary about what you're doing in Peru and how you came to do that.
Okay, all right. Well, my name is Maxime. I've spent about 15 years in banking, in corporate banking and private banking. And after that, I think I always liked nature and spent a lot of time traveling in the Amazon. And I thought maybe how can we do to expand the conservation area, and so we decided to start a first project that is about 10,000 hectares, which seems very small compared to the size of the Amazon, but it's actually very big. And from that project, we've learned a lot. We've learned what was actually important for people on the ground, and actually how we could make those projects self-sufficient. And the goal was really to look at different asset class and different projects that will not make those conservation area rely on philanthropy, but rather to build a sustainable business model that over time inspire the next generation to sustain their environment and to make the necessary income that will allow them to not fall into criminality and therefore to steward the environment on their own without the imposition of other countries or projects that actually are short term and eventually don't continue over time. So from that, now we are stewarding 4.1 million hectares in the Amazon now, with 312 communities actually, and that's probably going to expand over time as we find a new method of
financing that sustain and engage the local community into really a long-term view. So yeah, we hope we can continue despite some catalytic capital that have disappeared, as you all know, this year. but we are in a good path, and we will talk about that.
So we have the academic view. We have a practitioner who was in finance and is trying to apply financial systems to apply to natural assets and natural capital. And we have Dr. Barbara Weber, who is actually an investor and is investing in infrastructure projects. Barbara, can you please give an introduction?
Yeah. My name is Barbara Weber, and I'm an economist by training, by and large, and I have a background in private equity. And about over 20 years ago, I set up that company, B Capital Partners, which invests exclusively in sustainable infrastructure, which now sounds mainstream, or at least a little bit. At the time, it was basically a way to not get money. In any case, from this, we are investing in, broadly across the different sectors of infrastructure, which usually, are split into energy, transport, water, and digital, and then there's also social infrastructure, which is a separate animal. So through this sustainable angle, I've also become interested in what I call, nature-based infrastructure solutions, because given we are an infrastructure investor, I can't just do something, or of course I can, but then again, I'm not going to get capital, do something which is not infrastructure. And so to kind of crunch your brain, what actually is a nature-based infrastructure? And then the next challenging, how do we have a business model for that? That's something I think we want to talk about in the next round. And this is why I guess I'm sitting here.
That's correct, yeah. Very good. So, Delfina, so you have done extensive research and over, I don't know how many years, but you have interviewed 78 ventures, and maybe you can give some examples, what kind of adventures these are, what are they doing, and what is rather successful, and where do you see actually obstacles in scaling these ventures? And is it actually possible to scale nature-based solutions?
Yes, perhaps I'm going to start by describing the kind of ventures that we follow. We have fashion examples, textiles, construction, materials, and products in general. They are all doing incredible work. They perform as fossil fuel derivatives or better. So we have no doubts in terms of their performance, and in terms of going back to the difference between sustainability and regeneration, how are they bringing back health to systems rather than just doing less bad? But the problem that we're observing when we follow their journeys is that we have a legacy system based on fossil fuel derivatives. So they constantly being asked, will it behave like plastic? And these have several practical connotations, and this, in a way, is a factor to really include when we think about future infrastructure, because you can have finance, and finance is a big issue that we're going to address in this panel. But when these entrepreneurs try to get certifications, all those certifications are not done for nature-based propositions. And I'm going to give a precise example of this. For example, mycelium panels to replace polyurethane insulation. Polyurethane insulation for houses. Anyone that understands nature, you will immediately see that something that grows naturally, like mycelium, cannot be compared molecularly with fossil fuel in terms of the stability and replicability. Nature has conditions and does a little bit what it wants. So we cannot compare something very stable and regular with something that comes through organic matter. A part of that, the problem that we're seeing is when these small companies try to get the certifications, they're extremely expensive, £5,000, £8,000. So if you have a little money to start, it's very difficult to get certified. And also, who has preference in those facilities for certifications? We have a company which we follow called Carbon Cell, which are doing insulation based on biochar from agricultural waste. Is that all the companies that are fossil fuel derivatives, they have a priority to get into the testing facility for fireproofing. So it's expensive, you don't have priority, you're being compared with fossil fuel derivatives. And that's a big barrier. Going back to the example of the mycelium insulation company, specifically it's called Mycor, when they try to get this out to the market and they want to get this certification, the category for mycelium for insulation in construction doesn't exist. So they actually had to tick the box in wood because it's more or less organic. There's another category called agricultural waste, but it's still not fungi. So we don't have those categories. Creating those categories is very expensive, and because the category doesn't exist, they need to bring a whole set of understanding of how they could be certified. But you can imagine that this is a lot of work. And on top of that, a lot of what we're seeing with these companies is they're entering into an ecosystem where everything is recyclability focused. There's another company called Shellworks that they do packaging based on agricultural waste that is then fermented and creates a biopolymer. So they're compostable. So then they don't tick the category of being recyclable, and that puts them in a worse situation than actually never been even conceived as something that could be recyclable, at least recyclable in terms of plastic. Because if we think about the real significance of recyclability, I mean, they are the most recyclable ones, but not in the fossil fuel-based mentality. So what we're observing is that these entrepreneurs, and they have small teams, and they have the team fully loaded in getting through this large amount of obstacles instead of using all their creativity and capacities to keep innovating and keep deploying these incredible things that they're doing out there.
So now we got a little bit of insight. What kind of innovations actually exist as what we could call nature-based or regenerative? And we heard a little bit about what kind of problems or challenges this new era of regeneration is facing. And we will come back to that and also examine how these kind of hurdles could be overcome in a positive way. And the same for Maxime and many other people who work in nature conservation and try to create the new financial asset class which is related to MRV, the monitoring, reporting and verification systems. And maybe there are several ideas with which Maxime has, and he will explain now a little bit about the challenges and also what he's doing to overcome this.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I have to speak about challenges, we just have 1 hour, right? we have a lot of challenges, but one of the main challenges is I mean, if we have to summarize, beside all the organization working against conservation and criminality and everything that happens on the ground, I think one of the biggest problems is the problem of permanence, because in finance everything is timed, and the problem of these areas that we're trying to protect, time doesn't have the same value for the communities and also for the ecosystem. So a lot of the philanthropic capital is timed to 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, and the investment wants a return as well in a certain amount of years. But the issue is implementation in these areas are difficult, and people don't value time the same way. So we realize that this is the fundamental problem, because if we have a donation for a certain amount of time it's like a patchwork, and it's a lot of different initiatives that are fragmented. And then in between, anything can happen. People can destroy the forest in some areas, and then other areas are protected, and other areas are doing agriculture. So and the issue is that we can't work in these conditions. It's impossible to provide a future to people if they can see that maybe 10 kilometers away everything is destroyed, or 50 kilometers away people make easy money from the gold rush or the coca production. So then it breaks everything. Every initiatives are undermined by those problematics. So if we could remove the concept of time in finance and have something in perpetuity, then we could actually do something proper on the ground. And this is why we are trying to work. I mean, we've already done it on a small scale, but now we want to scale that, is to work with Islamic finance, Islamic philanthropic finance that has a perpetual endowment fund for a purpose. And if the purpose is decarbonization, or if the purpose is food security, or if the purpose is research, we then have a mechanism that finance the conservation in perpetuity. So we can then work with the community and educate them and provide a future that is independent from the market dynamics. And the market dynamics are not easy to understand for even people who live in the Western societies, but in these places, people don't understand why cacao is $2,000, then it's $6,000, and then it's back to $2,000. They can't understand. So, and it's impossible to explain it. So that's why we need to look at different ways to have longer terms commitment. Otherwise, we will fail every time we will try to do something. That's.
We have also been speaking about for carbon credits or biodiversity credits, what is actually necessary to establish these credits. And Maxime would like to establish a kind of a test bed where he would like to invite interesting startups. Maybe you can say a few words about this.
Well, so we have developed a research center in one area of the Peruvian Amazon that is actually a very interesting area, because it's one of the key biodiversity area, and it's going to be managed in collaboration with Sony Computer Science Lab and a few other university partners. And we would like to, yes, invite, and that's going to be probably in collaboration with Graia and others, startups that are working in basically in hardware solutions, sensors or MRV to come and test on the ground, because we actually spent a lot of money buying sensors and solution to help us as well, that actually they seem to work, but then they don't work on the ground. So we would like to figure out a way to work with partners so that they can see, because the reality on the ground is operationally it's complicated. Then weather and then all sort of things can happen. Actually, it's usually the case that it might work in a forest in Europe, but then it doesn't work there for even connectivity issue, humidity, heavy rains, or even people that steal the sensors. So, really, the thing is to find something that works and that also reduce the price, and that actually brings value, because a lot of these sensors solution they collect only certain type of data, and if we really want to be accurate, then it costs a lot, and then it becomes impossible to provide true data. So yeah, so that's what we'd like to do. Maybe you can mention a few more words if you want to.
Yeah, about the interesting aspect that Japan, where I'm living actually, is also a little bit involved. Sony Computer Science Laboratories, they have one biology lab, and they developed something called culture. and this is bringing together a lot of different plant species on a minimum size of a plot, and also always planting fruit trees. So it's basically building mini ecosystems for edible food forests, and they use AI to augment this, and we can apply this also to the regenerative agriculture, for example, in Peru, and there's a collaboration which was enabled. So let's come to Barbara and talk a little bit about infrastructure. So water, energy, water, transport, and mobility. And digital. So how can we apply the regenerative principles? And when we had our pre-discussion, actually we were a little bit arguing about what is actually regeneration, and how can we apply it to infrastructure. So maybe Barbara, you could come to this a little bit and pick out some of the areas of your work which could be interesting for regeneration.
Thank you. Yeah, and when it comes to terminology, it's probably quite diverse. So I'm not going to bore you with too much pedantism about terminology. So when it comes to the infrastructure, it's so-called the real assets, right? And so the way it's defined, and I think it's important, it's not only real assets, right? So it's tangible, but it has a network character, right? It has a network character. So it's not, just, some production plant, right? Sitting there by itself. Mobile towers even, right? Are a grid, right? Or waterways are a grid. I mean, there's always this network character, and it's the backbone of society, right? It's the backbone of society. This is what we consider infrastructure. So just to kind of give an idea of what we are talking about, right? Now, we all know that, for instance, when it comes to transport, motorways, ports, airports, heaven, right? I mean, to get that into a sustainable, regenerative way is probably very challenging. So let's just park it for a moment, because that's particularly difficult, right? So then, on the energy side, as we know, there have been more ideas about regenerative stuff, right? I mean, first there's wind farms and solar plants and hydropower. Now the plant itself is not at all particularly sustainable because it's built the way it's built, right? But obviously the challenges have been that they have at least to be climate neutral in the production, and so then you have regenerative, you have this regenerative energy. So that's kind of what everybody already knows, renewable energy, and we all say, well, that's good. There's still a lot of room for improvement at that front. Now, when we, however, want to go to nature-based infrastructure solutions, right, which we are trying to kind of discuss here, then certain subsectors lend themselves and others don't. Now, sectors which I think lend themselves to nature-based infrastructure solutions are, for instance, coastal protection. There's this mangrove, I'm sure you all have, or some of you have heard about this way of, for instance, using mangroves. It also, of course, cleans the water, it gets back the fish, gives nutrition and an income to the people. So it has a lot, there's more than replacing the coral, the beton with a coral reef or with with mangroves, right? And then, for instance, there is this water cleaning, which naturally needs huge amount of space because the cleaning is basically vertical, right? Horizontal. And so if you can find out a way of, and there is a startup, I've been watching now for, Barbara, 3 years, right? It takes forever. The way you make it, where you have boxes sitting, standing in cities and the border goes vertical. And so the amounts you can clean are relatively smallish, but still it's a start. And also it's like a little biotope in the city. So it has, like a parkish type of atmosphere. So there is something to it which would, I think, say, all right, well, that could be maybe a way of nature-based solution. So, okay, so let's assume we find at least some, more than none, right? Then the next challenge is, who wants to pay for it, right? Who wants to pay for it? Because if you don't have a business model which is profitable, you can't scale. Very simple. And this is where kind of most projects hit the wall, right? And I can't help it because, and there's not enough philanthropy. Even André Hoffmann came up, has realized that, right? You can't save the world with philanthropy. So you have to come up with business models. So what I do for many, many years already is scratching my head, okay, how can you make a business model out of it, which goes, by the way, beyond carbon credits, right? Because I think that's going to hit the wall, by the way. So which goes beyond carbon credits, that somebody, wants to pay for that product. And so when it comes to most startups, or many at least, even if they have nice ideas, this is where they need to have more ideas.
Okay, so thank you, Barbara. And people who are working in a specific field, of course, they know especially how hard it can be sometimes. But we are here, of course, to come together, to collaborate, to find solutions. And Rome was not built in a day, so that's also. And regenerative economy from 200 years or even more history of extractive economy cannot happen from today to tomorrow. So what we now still believe is impossible could become possible, and our smartphones, everything what we are carrying around is a proof that there are possibilities, and I tend to want to believe in possibilities. So let the last round, we have only about 5 minutes, so we have to shoot out what we think are the possibilities and how not only finance, but how this new regenerative renaissance can be the new direction, because it's not always about solving a problem immediately, it's about setting a direction. And if we have the mindset to look into solutions, I think we can find ways to realize it. Legacy systems, nature-based difficulties, which are different from synthetic chemistry, for example. And I think that an alliance or that working groups and lobbying can help. Maybe you have some ideas. Delfina.
Yes, as you were saying, we really need to rethink those legacy systems, get away from them. You gave the example, Barbara, of the mangroves in comparison to, let's say, steel or concrete. You need a different setting. It's not the same, and it's a different time that we need. So we need to be considerate and to think with a mind in terms of ecology, rather than thinking about speed and scale as if we were dealing with something inert. That's something that I think is foundational to whatever we want to build. But I think we really need to champion and incentivize bio-based regenerative propositions, and really incentivize, as you said, Rome was not constructed in 1 minute. And the same thing, we were having a conversation with a panelist just before entering, but the fossil fuel industry was heavily incentivized. So we need to incentivize this to the opposite direction. And I also think we need to de-incentivize and penalize the fossil fuel industry. And in that way, in the existing market, it is more possible to, in a way, get these alternatives also into a potential comparative price. If not, everything seems to be quite against. But as a summary, I do think that in a way, I'm going to turn this around. I think finance should be viable for nature-positive solutions. We really need to align it to those principles, those times needed, and those considerate scales. So we need to get away from this speed that characterized at least the venture capitalists that want to get this kind of quick return, and also scale. That was one of the first questions that you asked. We have very different approaches to scales within our startups. Some really want to stay small and precise and truthful to their communities. They understand it. Some of them, they're dealing with huge problems, so scale is very pertinent. For example, packaging. So also it really depends with who you're working. And I think if the point is to increase biodiversity, we really need to work across different scales as well.
We're almost running out of time, so Maxime and...
I can just add something very quick. Well, we talked about time, but the other prime is trust. So in this environment, so let's say we want to really safeguard a lot of the forest, communities also don't trust very easily because of all the past that happened, all the extractive relationship. And then I think the way to resolve it, and we see it working well in some projects, is really a commitment. So the trust doesn't work on both sides, because financial institutions don't trust what happened on the ground because they don't have the right data. And even though remote sensing has improved, they don't have visibility of what's really happening. And then there's no trust on the community side because they don't understand market dynamics, and so if we plant sustainably and we provide premium on some products and make it more efficient, we can see that then there is a relationship that gets built and actually that can work over time. So, and it can be scalable. The question is, can we actually commit to purchasing those products to these people? Because on the ground, people are already using biomaterials since 1,000 years, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, they already are using products to make furniture, to make clothes, and they are already using products sustainably to feed themselves. So I think the prime is more about how do we work in partnership with the people on the ground, and otherwise we still have this extractive approach, and that's why it doesn't work. And it has also to work for the long time. Go ahead.
Barbara, maybe you want to have a kind of a final sentence, and then
I have more than one sentence, sorry. Okay. Now, I try to be brief, but more than one sentence. On the regulation, for infrastructure, the regulation also obviously is key, and it's key for both. It's key to change the incentives and to change the economics. And of course, not everybody and everything can always be subsidized, because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay the bill. This is us, right, with our tax money. So, so we need to make our bets. In the infrastructure space, we all heard for a long time already circular economy. For me, circular economy and regenerative economy is pretty similar. I understand there are some minor details. However, so in the space of waste, right, we have actually come quite a long way. So waste / biomass, it's not exactly the same, but the Brits use it for in one word, and never mind. And you can you can produce power, you can produce biofuel, biomethane, right? You can convert it into biofuel, which then helps, a nature-positive transport, right? And then by getting better and better at it, you actually can extract more and more CO2 out of it. With these CO2, with the remaining products, you can come up with biofertilizer. So there is a whole chain of side products which comes out of those large plants which are in the process of being built, and they are being built because the EU has changed the directive for biogas, right? And so I think that chain works, and the investors are now going into, I mean, we are studying every country's, regulation. That's how it works, right? The moment you have a directive, every country has to come up with a regulation. So we study the different regulations, then we pick the countries with the most interesting regulation, and then we invest, or search for the most interesting targets, either operational or to build, and then the capital goes in. And for instance, currently there is more capital chasing biomethane or biogas plants in Europe, and the difficulty is that they are too small, right? And so, or the difficulty is that they're not economical, or and then literally yesterday I'm talking, I think this is important. I'm talking to one of the big Canadian investors, right? And they go, well, we need to place in one go at least 300 million, better 500. I'm like, I said, okay, can we split it up in several projects, and can we make it like over half a year or so that you can kind of line up your pipeline? No, we need to have visibility that the first 300 million are going to place right away. So that is the challenge, right? So then basically, and they are not the only ones, right? So currently, biomethane and biogas and biofuel are totally hip for institutional investors. There are billions lined up. And because the projects are small, right, and they need the visibility, you can't place it. And so that's kind of the irony. So this is our challenge.
We have a lot of projects.
No, I know.
So I want to say thank you to Delfina, Maxime, and Barbara. We had the academic view. We had the view of a nature conservationist in Peru, who is also doing regenerative agriculture with cacao. And we had the view from infrastructure investment. And we built this alliance, the GRIA Alliance, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance, to set a direction and to bring us into the mindset that there are challenges, yes, but we can overcome it. And now I would like to say a big applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. And we have prepared an icebreaker now. Susan is coming up to the stage.
So while everyone is changing seats, I see, for the ones who are staying, we would like to pick your brain. So for this 1 minute, just go in self-reflection on how we can make positive, nature-positive infrastructure make more bankable. So take a minute, just a minute, for yourself. Solution, ideas probably. And don't look ahead. Okay, and for the next 2 minutes, please share with your partner, just one on the side. If you don't have a partner on the side, just turn around. Share with your partner what came up, what ideas, what solutions. 2 minutes. And you can discuss, yes.
From Davos to the world, this is regeneration.
GreenUp, oh GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. GreenUp.
ecosystems.
Okay. Just slowly wrap up. I know there's lots to talk about. Slowly wrap up. And then if possible, slowly wrap up. If possible, 2 pairs together. So maybe you turn around, or you do 4 in a line, whatever works. What stood out? What were differences, similarities? Take 3 minutes to discuss.
GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, from extractive to regenerative, we rise, we rise. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, join the GreenUp Alliance. We regenerate.
From extractive systems, taking it all to regenerative futures where ecosystems call from short-term profit, blind to the cost, to long-term value. Nothing is lost from concrete thinking, disconnected minds to living cities where nature and humans align. From separation, fear and division to collaboration, trust and shared vision.
GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, from extractive to regenerative, we rise, we rise.
From death to life, we regenerate, restore the systems. It's not too late. From depletion, burnout, running dry to renewal, abundance, letting life multiply. Cities as labs, be your regions connect. Knowledge and capital, moving with respect, not just talk. We activate. This is the decade where we choose our fate.
Not imitation, regeneration, not isolation, collaboration, not the status quo, transformation. This is a regenerative renaissance. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, from death to life, we regenerate. GreenUp, oh, GreenUp, Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance.
You got 1 minute more.
Be a good ancestor. Hurry up.
And then slowly wrap up.
From the ghost to the world.
Thank you. Good. So now we are curious to hear some ideas, some ideas that would like to be shared. Yes. Can we have a microphone right there? There. It's not working.
Hello? Yep, okay.
What's
Thanks
your
very
name?
much. Dale Rickett from Handelsblatt. Yeah, look, thanks for the session. I really found it interesting. We've had a great little chat here in our group, and a couple of interesting points came up. So one of the aspects we thought about, there was talk on stage about the fact we need to make viable business models. I think one aspect is right now our economic systems are not geared to actually a full feedback loop. They're often extractive or they're transactional. So you're changing money for a service or money for resources. And we need to get to a point where really our economic systems mirror nature in terms of the energy flows. If we valued nature, and we're talking here about valuing nature as a person, having the rights of a person, and then really looking holistically at the systems, that would allow us to have business models which, when we see them today in our current economic system is not viable, they would then become viable. So that's, I guess, a perspective from our little group here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other group? Yes. The Herr, Mr.
Thank you. Dr. Stanislav Edward-Shmelev, Environment Europe Foundation and a member of the Club of Rome. We talked about many things. We talked about risks. We talked about the absence of a clear product that you can sell. We talked about profitability and, technologies. But I could probably offer a very simple solution. Green bonds. Don't think about it as a business. Think about it as a regeneration. Green bonds allow you to have a very long time horizon. You don't need to return the body of the loan. You could just make the payments. You could back it by nation states, by governments, by sovereign wealth funds, and so on. I published this book called Ecosystems a couple of years ago to illustrate how nature is truly multidimensional and how using money alone could be probably not such a fruitful path. But it's incredibly complex, and we're working on it right now. So
yes, that's it. We got a lot of work to do. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are wrapping up this session and going to the second panel. Thank you so much for your participation.
Can I have that one? Yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Susan, for this interaction. I think it's always good between two panels that we also get in connection with the people here. I'd like to ask my panelists to join me up here on the stage. So I very much look forward. We will have Susan Glerson again with us from the Future is Fungi Award, and she will tell us also about some solutions that we have. Carlos Alvarez, very happy that you're here with us today. Carlos, he's the Secretary General of the Club of Rome. And we also have Madia Hassan. She's a non-executive director and board member at several companies, really also in the infrastructure and energy sector. And also very happy to have with us today the COO of Field Factors, Kirian Darte. He's actually one of the finalists of Innovate for Nature. And what we want to do now in our panel today, or this afternoon, or now after the finance panel, is really also highlight some of the solutions and what is working, and maybe also build upon what you just were saying, right? Also in your discussions, but also in the discussions that we have had just before. And I think what I find interesting, we heard in the panel before how difficult it is and the challenges that we are facing. And at the same time, I find it interesting. I mean, if I look into the literature, and if I look at all the publications that are being published about nature as infrastructure, it always says that the opportunity is immense. According to a publication of the G20 Global Infrastructure Outlook, the world will need 79 trillion in infrastructure investment by 2040. I mean, that's a lot, right? And that the World Bank also estimates that at least 11% can be met more sustainably and cost effectively through nature-based infrastructure or nature-positive infrastructure. So I think there is a huge opportunity. And we heard, yes, about some challenges, but let's start maybe a little bit also with a first reflection from your side, Carlos. You have published a new framework, which is Rethinking Cities. And maybe also reflecting on the discussion just now, what are some of the two most critical changes that we need so that we are looking at cities maybe differently, maybe looking at cities like a network? We heard that also from Barbara before, right? We're talking about networks. Can you share kind of what are some of the key findings of the publication? Or of your research that you
Well,
did?
yes, it's not only the
absolutely.
publication, but
Exactly.
also the general perspective of the Club of Rome. I'm struggling with reducing that to 2 pills. It might be more than 2, but actually all of them are completely interconnected. So the first being learn from life. We have been assuming for a while that we are the most intelligent creators on the earth. This is not true. No, a friend of mine, another biologist, Lynn Gorison, wrote some years ago a book titled Natural Intelligence, making the point that nature has been innovating for much longer period of time than ourselves. So we are just, have learned, yes, we have been able to do many very relevant things, but a lot of that is without life and often against life. So our cities, for instance, are places where we try actually to exclude life and living beings, etc. While, so the general framework, the Club of Rome has adopted a guiding star, which is equitable well-being for all on a healthy planet. Making the point we have made long ago, but many others as well, that it is possible, that it is feasible to have human well-being for all within the planetary boundaries. And what does it take, And considering that, what does it take is necessarily to revisit the question of well-being. What is well-being? And we know what it is, because we know that since the beginning of times, and we know that from modern science. It is the relationships. It is the quality of the relationships between humans and with nature and with other living beings and with time. Maxime made a point on the importance of reconsidering time. I cannot agree more. So we have a guiding star, and we have to follow that by learning from life and how life works. And of course, the example of the fungi is perfect to build that. Now, I want to mention two particular things. One is to break the bubbles. We all live in bubbles. I mean, Davos itself is a bubble. Just in case you didn't notice, you have come for the first time, I can tell you. But I'm talking also about the bubbles of, on one side, academia, on the other, policy making, then business, then finance, and so on and so on. In each of these bubbles, very competent people, and others maybe not so competent, but let's assume that all of them are well-intentioned and competent, but they live within a bubble with certain rules, which make sense only within the bubble. So the rules that you have, you know that. The rules that you have in academia are designed, to give you a good career. Okay, and then you follow the rules and you make a good career, and it makes sense. And it's actually exactly the same with all the other bubbles, except that the rules are different. But taking all the bubbles together, nothing makes sense anymore. Because with this logic of bubbles, the overall logic is that we are killing ourselves. Destroying nature, yes, but basically killing ourselves, And there is a risk in this discussion on, we think we learn from life on the side of what is not finance. And on the other side, there is finance, which is a different bubble, still with the same logic. And we try to find how that one thing matches with the other. No, you have to bring everybody in the room and start a real conversation, and a difficult one, from, and this is my second point, from the real challenges which are on the ground. And this is why the cities are so important, because it is the space, and local contexts are especially important, because this is the space where you can work on the challenges with an integrative perspective. One of the big issues with all these discussions about the challenges of humanity is that they are often formulated at a very global level, like climate change, plus 2 degrees, you know. And this makes sense to some extent from the academic point of view, but there is no thermostat. We tell you 2 degrees, more than 2 degrees is really bad, and you have no way. Where is the thermostat on which you can act? Because the way you leave the challenge is local. So we have also to flip the model of intervention by saying you put at the center the challenges which are lived locally by communities, by local communities. That also means that there are no global solutions. There. And nature, again learning from nature, nature has many ways of disseminating what it creates. Pollination is many mechanisms, many different mechanisms, but there is not a global solution that somebody, a smart mind, will define in one place and then it applies to the whole world. No, it doesn't work like that. Nature doesn't work like that. So let's create these spaces where you can break the bubbles of the so many different disciplines and sectors, and you can rethink the challenges from the ground, and then mobilize, yes, all the capacities that we have to create useful instruments.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is a very good way of setting the scene, right? So, and I think we will address exactly what you were saying, right? Breaking the bubble and then looking at concrete local and solutions. But in terms of breaking the bubble, I want to come to you, Maria. And specifically, you're sitting on the board of several organizations. And for me, the question is, how can we shift from extracting value to really regenerative infrastructure and regeneration? How do you try to address that at the companies where you sit on the board? And maybe you can say a few more words about that.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. So my background, actually, I started off in the financial services industry, so insurance and banking, and then I moved to the energy sector, and I actually worked in the fossil fuel industry in London and in the Middle East. So I've actually been in these decision-making rooms where we are evaluating traditional infrastructure as an investment. Now I sit on a number of boards that are in the climate tech space. So a biofuel startup based in Cambridge. I sit on the board of a private equity fund investing in green hydrogen. Another company which is a modular construction company. So I sit on a number of different boards that are smaller, that are really trying to shift the dial on regenerative and sustainable infrastructure. And your question on what do boards look for? I mean, as a board member, your duty is to ensure the sustainability and the long-term viability of the organisation that you are on the board of, looking at the risks and the strategy. And I think we've covered a lot of the points already today, but from a risk perspective, it's very difficult for boards to, in the climate tech or the startup space where we've got these innovative solutions, the dilemma we have is that we are in a place where there isn't this joint up thinking. Carlos talked about bubbles. I'm lucky that I have worked in the financial services space, the energy space, the climate tech space, so I have experience of these, but we need to be thinking about joint up solutions. Christian mentioned ecosystems. We've heard about the word systems so many times, but I don't think from a solutions perspective we are thinking at a systems level. And what I mean by that is, in so many ways, we've been so innovative in terms of climate solutions, infrastructure solutions, modular constructions, biofuels, regenerative infrastructure, but we haven't been innovative in the way that it's financed or the way that board members think. And until we have people who are systems-based thinkers, we're not going to get that. And we've talked about, it's not all doom and gloom, but, we're sitting in Davos, which is the capitalist, forum, in everyone's diaries. And I promise you, in the main Congress Center, they're not talking about regenerative finance. They're talking about data centers and AI, and they're talking about urgent infrastructure problems, which is AI and data centers, and how can we quickly build them in housing. And, I think that the issue is you have capital that is wanting to be invested, and we have capital in regenerative infrastructure that's competing with data center. And so as an investor, when you can get a double-digit return on a data center, why would you want to invest? So we really have to bring the insurance and the banking sectors. I mean, insurance, I worked in the insurance sector. It's really important, especially for these first-of-a-kind companies. They need to have insurance backing them, because how can you take a risk as a board member when, or as a bank on a project that has not got that mitigation? So there needs to be a number of players. I mean, syndication in the insurance industry is very common for big risks. So they need to be working with venture capital funds to do that. It's not all doom and gloom. I work with many investors, for example, family offices, who have a different philosophy. They are looking at patient capital and long-term wealth, because they have to pass wealth through generations. And, different investors have different perspectives, but the mainstream investment, I have to say, has not caught on with that. And I think one final point is, we don't talk about it enough, is the next generation. Our parents' generation had a job for life, and they fought in their silos. We are now starting to think in terms of systems. But the next generation, I have two daughters, they really have to be educated to think systematically, financial systems, and how do they interact with ecosystems, and how does that interact with economic systems. And we have to be educating in our degrees and our school system, our generations for the future, that are thinking on a system-based approach, because otherwise we're not going to find solutions to complex problems by just having our single profession. So I think there is definitely a deeper and a broader, rethinking of the entire way that we look at investment in this space.
And thank you very much for that reflection. I think that's very important. And I think we also need, and that's my experience from over 25 years in the sustainability space, we need solutions. We need to showcase it's possible, even though there might be hurdles, there might be, financial hurdles, and we can't scale that. But I think for me, we have to showcase. And Susan, I think you have a broad range of fungal solutions. Tell us a little bit more, specifically in the infrastructure space. So, what could they do? Give us some examples. And at least I always experience it. If we come with solutions, we can inspire people. And I think we need, in today's time, we need inspiration. So over to you, Susan.
Of the built environment, to niching in on the built environments, which is the topic for the session. And before that, just a comment on system change. We talk so much about it, but one person came to me and said, when you talk about the innovations, it becomes so much more concrete for people, right? And that's also how we can drive system change bottom up across the industries. So, as you know, I run another award on nature solutions, fungi specifically. And just briefly, because I didn't say, you can use fungi for so many things, right? So for packaging and cleaning soil, etc., batteries. We do see a lot of innovations in the built environment. It was mentioned on the panel, mycelium insulation. And mycelium is fungi, for those that didn't catch it. It's the root system of fungi. That's what we use. You don't use the mushroom on the top. So that's one. What it started with, we see a lot of insulation, also sound isolation, which otherwise would be petrochemical based. Flooring, also furniture. So I will address the built environment, not necessarily infrastructure for this. We are increasingly seeing the bricks itself. You can build houses with mycelial bricks, and it's done in Africa. Just think about the potential for, in between housing and refugee camps, and it's incredible. They also looked at building this at the Moon and Mars with fungal bricks. So bricks to also in cities or around built environments, you have often planted trees. You can help clean the soil around trees. You can clean up the soil in cities with fungi. But to take you also to what is coming, and again, where these incredible nature-based solutions brings us to a more regenerative system. And before I say what they are, I want to make one comment that you mentioned. We live in dead environments. Cities are, they're not that livable. We used to live in the forest. We used to live in nature. We had life around us. Now we live in dead structures. It's not alive. The materials we're starting to see, which are bio-based, we will keep them alive. We will have living materials around us. Now it sounds very science fiction, but that's coming. So some examples. I mentioned concrete, fungal bricks. We will see self-healing materials. So for example, bricks can, if you include fungi from the beginning, when it starts to crack, humidity and oxygen comes in and the fungus activated and starts to grow, so it repairs itself. So you don't have to replace it. So that's one which is, again, nature-based and which we will see more of. And another one is for showing the potential of more nature-based solutions is coating or painting on walls. So there's a European Innovation Council project. I've been interacting with them. They make fungal coating, which is more sustainable for buildings, not petrochemical based, but also cleans the indoor air because fungi is a decomposer of, toxins. So at the same time, you have more sustainable paint. It purifies the air, and also it's also self-healing. So if you have cracks in the painting, it can self-repair. So that are, and to say, yes, some of these are, it's still early days, right? And you've also seen fungi innovations in the Innovate for Nature. So some of this is still early. Some of what I mentioned are science still, but there are also companies growing and scaling. But just to say that it's in the beginning, but it's coming.
Thank you very much for sharing. And I think maybe just to the system change that you said before, and I'll come to you, dear Kieran, just afterwards. But I think the fungi topic probably also needs some system change, right? That people start to understand. Because today, if you think about fungi in your house, you think about, oh, it's moist, and then there are fungi we have to get rid of them, right? So I think there needs also some system change in that way. But I think I find it exciting that there are so many solutions. Kieran, I mean, you're working also really in capturing rain. Right? So tell us a little bit more about your solutions and the potential, but maybe also some of the challenges that you're facing, because I think your solution could be really great for some of the cities, right?
Yeah, so what we do, indeed, focused on the urban area, but trying to get a little bit of natural systems back into the urban area, particularly focusing on the local, decentralized treatment and reuse of rainwater. As a valuable resource to replace the centralized drinking water system, not even trying to replace drinking water. Our water isn't consumed, but if you think about that, of the drinking water that is used, only 4% we actually consume. the 96% we currently use on irrigation, on toilet flushing, on showering. So there's where the big impact can be achieved. But basically also in terms of creating your impact, one of the most precious resources that we've always been sort of considering to be natural, that it's available, that it just comes from the tap, but there's no life, but there's also no green space, there's also no nature if we don't have enough fresh water available to support it and to provide that kind of water. So what we do is indeed we use a natural resource, rain, that is conceptually super simple because half the year we're actually short on water. The other half of the year there's actually a surplus of water, so balance those two out and we've got a brilliant solution. Then you come into these challenges why it's not happening. Urban area is extremely dense. Finding space to create a seasonal storage that actually can capture all that rain in the wet season and provide sufficient supply for a full dry season becomes very challenging. Also, the rainwater in itself isn't necessarily super bad quality, but as soon as it touches the ground where there's rubbers from cars, there's oils from cars, there's fecals from bird species that have had to do that thing on the roofs of the buildings. So we also need to make sure that the quality of that water is protected and made available before a fit-for-purpose reuse of the system. So what we are able to do is have a natural treatment system to make sure that the water is of the right quality, but also use the natural available storage space into the deep underground. So the aquifer to store the water with basically just a pipe going in instead of building full concrete cellars underneath housing. So that's how you can create a very interesting scale. So making sure that in trying to make these solutions bankable, you also need to look at what scale does it make sense to invest and to offer these solutions. But through that, finding solutions that can actually help us in maintaining and securing the long-term freshwater supply.
Can you tell us just a little bit more, where have you implemented your system? I mean, already in cities, or is it on a smaller scale rather in communities, or tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so we currently operate in 3 countries, which is the Netherlands, Spain, and in Mexico. Different climatological circumstances, so we need to adjust the natural systems also to function in these areas. We've got systems live, so we've installed 8 full-scale pilot systems, all taking a little bit of a different angle to also learn, okay, how can we optimize these solutions? How can we turn into something that's replicable and scalable under these different circumstances in order also to allow for that acceleration to happen? So a good example of a solution that we installed is actually our first full-scale system at a football stadium in the city of Rotterdam. So the municipality of Rotterdam was really struggling with a overflow of the surface water, of the wastewater that they had. So the rainwater in the cities was really flooding, and basements got wet. So we actually delivered a solution that captures that water on the paved surface area of the parking area surrounding the stadium, on the houses, on the roof of the stadium, capture that, treat it, locally store it, and where the football stadium was irrigated in the past with 15,000 cubes of drinking water, it is now replaced by the local rainwater that we were able to capture on site and made available for irrigation of the sports field.
Great, thanks for that. Yeah, Susan, you want to add something? Yeah? Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Since again we talk regenerative built environment, I just also wanted to give one more concrete example of the regeneration of, at this example, fungi innovations. Right, so fungi can eat waste. So let's start there. Fungi eats waste. It can be food waste, it can be textiles, it can be construction waste. So from buildings, you have gypsum plates, you have rubber, you have many things. So fungi eats it and can convert it to new materials in the buildings, the flooring and the insulation, for example. So one company doing that is Mycocycle. That was a woman being 30 years in construction, seeing all the waste. 95% of landfill in the US are filled up. The majority of waste in the US is from construction. So, but just to say that regeneration, like taking waste and making it into new value, that's regeneration.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. And so if you hear, both of you, Carlos and also Maria, if you hear about these solutions, what do you think about it? How can we, scale these solutions? How can we replicate them? How can we help them? And I mean, we heard in the first panel about, the challenges of the codes and the certification and so forth. But, what else can we do to help and scale these solutions?
We talked about the financial challenge, so I won't bring that up again. I think building codes would help, but I think it needs to be beyond the building industry. I honestly don't think we can move forward with these innovative solutions just with private capital or just with public support. I think it has to be a joint approach. So, for example, in the green hydrogen industry, we work with green hydrogen construction equipment. There's a level of government support, but it's not enough, and it needs to be across the whole value chain. So you can't just be stimulating the construction sector without the consumers or the other whole supply chain. So it needs to be a really joint up approach. And I really think the only players that can do that are the governments or the global bodies by bringing in a regulation. Delphina mentioned plastics and how bio solutions are compared to a plastic code. It's just not fit for purpose, and we haven't brought the whole. Talk about systems again. We haven't brought the whole industry or the whole system up to that level. So I really do think there's more collaboration between governments and more understanding. And we talked about bringing it back to finance, how important patient capital is and how important patient policy is, because there's this disconnect with solutions that are just starting out, like the fungi or the algae biofuel startup, and they need to have patient capital, but we have impatient investors or we have short-termist politicians, and with this disconnect, how can we ever move forward? So it really we have to be moving, thinking completely differently in this space.
Yeah, Carlos, any reflections from your side?
Maybe a last one. On the cultural aspect, because everything we are speaking, we have been terribly good at creating these bubbles. Everything we are talking has many aspects of material transformation, and for instance, using materials that are alive. There is a big issue of cultural transformation, and we have to be aware of that. So, for instance, let's free our minds from what is being said in the Congress Center. It's essential because the mental frameworks, Delphina made a very good point on something so concrete, so technical as regulations of materials, so expressing so well the fact that those regulations were designed having dead materials in mind. Well, this is a change of mindset, and from a culture which has growingly disconnected us from nature, but also from each other, and trying to disconnect us from time as well. But this disconnection cannot work. So we live at this intersection of a pandemic of narcissism, and a pandemic, it's the same pandemic in a way, pandemic of narcissism and the pandemic of we want to do more money. Let's free our minds from that, because you know what? Those pandemics are the expression of death, not of life. So reconnecting with life, because they are the expression of fear. The moment you disconnect, the fear starts. So we have to reconnect also with our own humanity and bet on hope rather than fear. So this is also about freeing our minds, right. In particular from the gentleman who is making the headlines, and he's a genius in doing that. But let's disconnect from that, to reconnect with ourselves.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So I think if I look at the time, right, we are up. So I really want to thank you very much for your inputs. I think we heard we need cultural change, we need system change, but we also need these solutions as hope and to showcase there are opportunities and we can do this change and this transformation that we need. So thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you all as well. So wonderful. So for the final session, or just for the wrap up, I'll hand over to Ingrid, and thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, audience. Thank you, all the panelists. And I would also like to thank the host of this one, this Climate Hub, and the fantastic help that we have had with all the practical arrangements from GreenUp. Thank you so much. And now we are going to wrap up this session. We heard so many interesting ideas, but you had to work a little bit in the icebreaker, and now there'll be a little bit more work for you, and that will be a Mentimeter session. So, I don't know. Yeah. Let's start the regenerative solution and the revolution. So please scan the QR code with your phones, and then we will start. You have the code on the board here, and then you will have, I think we are having 4 questions looking into a little bit of what we have been discussing, so we can reflect. But it will also be important for us to see your feedback from this. So we start Menti up. What are the key factors for scaling nature-based solutions? So you can type into the Mentimeter. We are getting some words here, and we will see what is happening. Wow. Profitability. Yeah. We are talking about the capital, value creation, regeneration, adding value, and we will see. Wow, we are getting some really interesting results here. More money. Yes. Collaboration and creativity. I think this is very important aspects, and this is what also we heard some of our speakers mentioning. We have to go out of our bubble. We have to become creative. We have to become systems thinkers. And how are we going to make this happen? So, thank you so much. We have many active participants coming more. We will see. Now, I think we will come to the second question. Which levers in finance or technology could help create a nature-positive economy? So we would like you to make 3 words to think that are the most important for having a nature-positive economy. We heard some of the speakers, they mentioned regulation, and we heard other thinking like new system, new special vehicles for financing. Pragmatism, this is an interesting one. Oh, degrowth. This is now another thing of nature-positive economy. Can we actually have a nature-positive economy and combining it with degrowth? This is the question. So there are some more words coming, and I think that we see it's growing. Yes. This is something, I mean, I think that we have to, we will now take a picture of and save for our grandchildren maybe, okay? We're talking about future generations here. I think it's time to, we move on to the next question. Interesting enough. what are the most important factors of a global alliance to advance nature-positive, regenerative, and resilient economy? This is the initiative what we mentioned in the beginning, the GRIA, the Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance. So how can we make this happen? What are the most important factors? Yeah, this is very interesting. I think we see here collaboration. Many people say now we have to move from, I think what we heard before is now we are going back to it, what's in it for me? Before we said, what's in it for us? So let's go back to what's in it for us. I can see that's the most important thing now, collaboration and partnerships and common goals. Okay, moving on to the next one. What is one idea, connection, or commitment you are taking away today? I think this is the last question, because we would like to know what can we learn from you? What have you learned from our session today? Fantastic. We are now outside the bubble. So we are happily outside this bubble. And we have learned about fungi. That is great. So new key takeaways from this session. We have also learned that we have some leaders which maybe are not so nature positive. Creating new business models. Yeah, this is something that actually at ICED we are working on to see what kind of business model do we need to embed in a nature positive economy. GRIA, yeah, GRIA is a very important thing, and I think that when we are ending this session here today, we will all be able to sing the GRIA song. Because GRIA song has been created not only with help of nature, but with help of humanity and data. And I think it's Christian that set this scene and wanted to say that we have to be more going into culture. We have to learn from culture, and that's why we should also go into music, art, connectivity between people, and we have to do things that we think are meaningful but also fun and makes us smile and believe in hope and solution that are to come. So this is I think one of the most important. So I think that we will end this session by singing the song. I don't know if the song is coming, but this should be the end of the session, our GRIA song. And I think that I would like you to take this with you for today and see what we can do and turn to your neighbor, see how we can collaborate for the future, for a nature-positive future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And before we hear the song, we do want to bring a smile to your face too. We do have a small giveaway to you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but here has been a gentleman in the first row drawing, doing live illustrations during the session. And he's Roland Siegenthaler, and this is our gift for you. Little recap of today's session.
Yeah, you must be very tired. But I give you the reason why you're so tired, because we've been on an amazing journey on thinking how can we sort of these little pot plants scaling up that it flourishes in the world. And Christian raised the question, actually, how can we not just extract things from nature, but give something back with regeneration. And Barbara, the next slide, raised sort of the idea or the topic of sponge cities that sort of suck up all the rain. And there's actually great new features in Adobe Acrobat Pro. Sorry, download it anyway. And Susanne, her ad for fungi, not just on the pizza, no, also if you have an old jeans, you want to get rid of some fungi on it, and it's going to disappear in a few minutes. And Ingrid with her topic, it's how can we get communities to collaborate together. And then it was our first panel. How can we create self-sustaining business models that aren't dependent on constant money flow from philanthropic sources? How can we get nature-based infrastructure? Or how we can get materials into fashion or construction that are based on resources like mycelium. And the hard thing is that they're measured in the wrong way or qualified in the wrong way. It's like fish had to compete on a parkour that was built for a rabbit. Obviously, the rabbit's gonna win. And there's great ideas like coastal protection with those mangroves. It does water cleaning, it attracts fish, it protects the coast, but who's going to pay for it? Let's not dwell on that question too much. So a lot of money is directed to fossil fuels. How can we redirect those incentives? And some say, actually, the money is there, but bring me a project that's equally big so they can sort of be proud, show it around, see how bold that project is. And panel number 2. Learn from life. Don't sort of live in those cities. Get out of your bubble of your finance, your academic, your regulatory bubble. Actually, all people think, come to my bubble. Come on, guys. And the problem is that policy is global, so we get together, have a bold goal like limit global warming, but then there's a billion little actions needed to make that happen. And how can we get trust for those ideas that just aren't bringing the return in the next 5 weeks, but the next 50 years? Like, for example, cleaning up all those landfills with fungi. Fungi. And the next Dyson air purifier is a Dyson Fungi 8000X, available 2 weeks from now. They can pretend, it doesn't need a cable, but just pretend it runs electricity. So they pay £800 for it. Let's use the water better, and let's solve some problems with bird shit and sort of like tire pollution, and they sorted it out. It's there to use for the world. And having an idea is good or even great, but having lots of ideas is even better and very much needed. Thank you very much for all these great ideas we've heard today. Cheers. Thanks.
From Davos to the world, this is regeneration. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, global regenerative innovation. extractive to regenerative, we rise, we rise. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, global regenerative innovation alliance. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, join the GreenUp alliance. We regenerate from extractive systems, taking it all to regenerative futures where ecosystems call from short-term profit, blind to the cost, to long-term value. Nothing is lost from concrete thinking, disconnected minds to living cities where nature and humans align. From separation, fear and division to collaboration, trust and shared vision. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, global regenerative innovation alliance. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, from extractive to regenerative, we rise, from death to life. We regenerate, restore the systems, it's not too late. From depletion, burnout, running dry to renewal, abundance, letting life multiply. Cities as labs, be your regions connect. Knowledge and capital, moving with respect, not just talk. We activate, this is the decade where we choose our fate. Not innovation, regeneration, not isolation. Collaboration, not the status quo, transformation. This is a regenerative renaissance. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, global regenerative innovation alliance. GreenUp, oh GreenUp, from death to life.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
C1, 2, Vadim, kannst du mich hören? Vadim. Leise. Hey.
Thank you everyone for joining the session. We now need to set up the theater for the next session, so please do stay with us in the foyer. There's a good food bar where you can get some good food and beverages. Thank you everyone.
Good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome to the Climate Hub Davos. I'm happy that you're here. My name is Michaela Reimann, and I'm the president of GreenUp. GreenUp is a Swiss NGO that is activating and inspiring and also supporting people and organizations on their way toward a regenerative future. And GreenUp is also curating the Climate Hub Davos. So my role today is just to inform you. Oh, so that should have been the right one. And so my role today is just to inform you about a few security measures. So in case of an emergency, there are 3 exits. One is behind here, and then one is there where you came in, and another one is here. And with that, I hand over to Gemma Parks, Head of Communication of the Nature Positive Initiative. Warm welcome.
I've got this one. Thanks so much, Michaela. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. We're delighted to be here for this green carpet premiere event of the film Becoming Nature Positive. And you're very welcome to join us. We're delighted that you're here. This is actually the first time that this film will have been screened on the big screen. Before we kick things off, we want to take the opportunity of having all of our speakers here and bring everyone up on stage. You're going to meet them all a little bit later in the program, but get our speaker photo as things kick off. So please all, from the front row, do come up. Andre, Paul, Dorothy, Ilona, Eva, Marco. This will just take one moment so you can see who our cast of the evening is. Okay, thanks. Can I be next to Gemma? Yes, electric. Excellent. All looking at Stefan.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are we all in there? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Please take your seats again. That was a sneak preview for the short conversations we're going to have also this evening. So as I said, it's the first time this new film is being seen on the big screen. I also want to offer a very warm welcome to all our audience joining online. This event is being live streamed. You are equally welcome, and we're delighted that it's being made available to anyone all around the world. And so that you don't feel left out, please know this is also the first time that the film will have been seen publicly on the small screen. So everyone is getting an exclusive premiere. And of course, this is the hottest ticket in Davos tonight. Thanks for making time to join us. Hopefully you grabbed some popcorn on your way in and are feeling in the mood. My name's Gemma Parks. As Michaela said, I'm the Head of Communications for the Nature Positive Initiative. And this film was inspired by the book of the same name. I think most people in this room and online will be familiar with that. It's Becoming Nature Positive, Transitioning to a Safe and Just Future. It's a multi-author book. We're going to hear a little bit more about it later on this evening, published by Routledge Earthscan in June 2025. The book is brilliant. Please get hold of a copy and read it. But we have, as the Nature Positive Initiative Coalition, been thinking, how can we take this really critical content and reach wider audiences and different generations, different audience groups, all sectors, in a way that, you know, is accessible? The book is great, but not everyone has got time to immediately read 300 pages. And so we wanted to work with brilliant filmmakers to create this visual storytelling version of Becoming Nature Positive. I just want to draw your attention, before we move on, to these 2 laurels. We were being very modest, of course, but please notice these because it's quite exciting. You need your binoculars, but I'll read out what it says. One is it's an official selection for the Nature Without Borders International Film Festival. And the other one is that we're a semi-finalist for the New York Indie Shorts Award. So very exciting. Thank you for sharing it in our enthusiasm for that. And hopefully more to come. We're in the middle of an impact and promotion campaign for this film. And with that in mind, I want to also reach out to all of you in the room, all of you online, to please get in touch. If you can see an opportunity or think of a moment when we can screen the film or use it as an opener to start important conversations about Nature Positive, please do get in touch. Brief overview of tonight's special program. In a very short moment, we are going to have special opening remarks. Then we have a short conversation on stage with one or two of the authors of chapters of the book and contributors to the film. Then the film itself, don't worry, it will happen very soon. And then to close, we wanted to create space for a brief fireside chat to share some quick reflections together on the film and then continue our evening in the beautiful foyer. By the way, I meant to say thank you again to the GreenUp team. We're delighted to have this premiere in such a beautiful space, in the Kulturplatz Cinema in Davos. We couldn't think of a better space. So please do stay with us, enjoy some canapes and refreshments, and don't forget to get your green carpet photo. So this is a celebration of the film, but it's also, as we all know in this room and online, a critically important and urgent topic. And the theatre here is really teeming with amazing people who feature in the film or have written a contribution to the book or a chapter in the book, or both in many cases, or in any case, all of you are really champions for this work to drive the nature positive transition. And with that in mind, I'm really delighted that we're going to have a true nature champion who will share some opening remarks before we move on with the program. So I'm going to invite in a moment Andre Hoffman to join me, please, on stage. Andre. Thank you so much. Thanks, Andre. You can take one of those. You're always busy, but I think this week you're busier than ever, so we're really grateful that you could make time to join us. People always say this, that you don't need any introduction. It's true for you, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're the vice chair of Roche Holding. You're the co-founder, along with Rosalie, of course, of Intent, and you're a co-chair of the World Economic Forum, among wearing many other hats. Let's just move forward ahead of these tables. So, and it also, perhaps what people may not know, I don't think that was news to anyone here, but Andre does feature in the film, and you have also very kindly written the foreword to the book, Becoming Nature Positive. So, Andre, thanks for making time. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. I mean, all these special remarks and okay, I will keep it as simple as possible. You had the book, you now have the film. The film is going to sort of bring forward a couple of ideas, and I think it's important that we use the all possible medium. I'm going to tell you an anecdote about the film. I was recruited to shoot a little piece of it, and Marco invited me to it. I think it was in Gland somewhere, and I sat down, and my shirt wasn't the right one. You know, it had little strip, and the guy said, "No, you can shoot that, not possible." So Marco took off one of his T-shirts. So you will see I wear a black T-shirt. That's I think it's the only time in my life I've worn a black T-shirt, but you know, maybe it suits me. I don't really know. You will tell me. No, I just thought, since I have the microphone, I would sort of talk about the meeting of the World Economic Forum here, the annual meeting in Davos. We have given as a theme a spirit of dialogue, because we want to bring our usual members to talk to each other, to exchange, and to try to move forward the common agenda. We have given ourselves 5 strategic priorities. One is growth, because we think that growth is important to get rid of the debt that we have accumulated, and not only debt financially, but debt for all sorts of dimensions. We have decided that we want to talk about geopolitics, and tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. I've just been told reliably that most of our telephone will be disconnected, so that we cannot sort of talk about, you know who, you've all read Harry Potter, no? The one that cannot be named. No? He's going to be there. So the fourth one will be, of course, to talk about the people and innovation, because AI and the way AI is being used has an impact on people. So we want to talk. About growth. We want to talk about innovation. We want to talk about people in the broader sense, and we want to talk about geopolitics. But the fifth one, and that's the one that really so important here, we want to do all this. All these challenges have to be resolved within planetary boundaries, in a nature-positive way. So if you want to sum up what the Forum of Davos is this year, it's enabling resilient and sustainable growth for all within planetary boundaries. And I hope you'll have an opportunity. And I leave it at that. Thank you very much, and enjoy the movie. Sadly, I'm going to have to go.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Andre. Let me walk around you. Good luck with a really busy week. Thanks a million, Andre. We appreciate it very much that you could be with us. So that was the perfect way to set the stage for the evening. And now it's my great pleasure to invite to join me for a brief pre-film conversation 3 more amazing nature champions. Marco Lambertini, please come up, convener of the Nature Positive Initiative, but also, as I think everyone knows, the commissioning editor and lead author of the book, Becoming Nature Positive, and really the driving force behind the film. Marco. Next, Dorothy Maseke, please. Dorothy, as we all know, is head of the African Natural Capital Alliance. And Dorothy also authored the chapter in the book on nature positive finance. Welcome, Dorothy. Thank you. And Ilona Szabo, please also join us, president of Igarape Institute. Ilona also features in the film and was really a driving force between the special Brazilian edition of the book. Lovely that you could be with us. Thanks, Ilona, please. And do check out our website. It's beautiful, the Brazilian edition as well.
Gemma, you are as sparkling in your moderation as in your dress.
Thank you very much, Marco. I will take that compliment. Thank you. I'm going to start with you, actually, Marco. Please, could you just sketch out for us briefly why a film on becoming nature positive, and how does that link to the book of the same name?
Because you gave me the opportunity to share a shirt with Andrea. Brotherhood of shirts. No, thank you, Gemma, and thank you, everybody, for joining. Really appreciate it, so many of you. And sorry for the ones who haven't been able to join us because the event was oversubscribed. Obviously, the main objective of the film was to, as you say, in an accessible way, hopefully, but also in a profound way at the same time, explain what nature positive, the nature positive goal and ambition mean, why it's so important now, and I think more importantly, what it takes to turn it into reality. Because nature positive is a lovely inspirational strapline, but it's actually a measurable goal that requires a lot of change. And I think the 3 key messages of the movie from me, and everybody will take their own messages in the way they will absorb the movie individually. But for me, the 3 messages, the first is an uncomfortable message, but I think is a very important one and unavoidable, which is the fact that we're living dangerous times. We're living times of consequences. And you're living the greatest threat that humanity has ever faced, because we are undermining the very earth systems that have guaranteed stability and livability to our planet, particularly for the last several thousand years, by the way, allowing humanity to prosper and develop so spectacularly like never before. So that's the first message. The second message is that we're living times of paradoxes. And one of the greatest paradoxes is the development paradox, the economic paradox, the growth paradox, the paradox of a model of growth and economy that is actually destroying its own foundation. It is destroying the natural asset, the natural resources, the natural services that provide everything that we need in our economy, in our society, in our lives, for our happiness, well-being. So, and the third message is we live in times of possibility. We live in times of the great chance and the great choice of humanity to really abandon the previous model that has served a lot of people very well. Let's not forget that. But that now has done its time. And we need to turn page, and we need to transition from a nature negative, exploitative approach to our development to a nature positive one. Because we know science is clear, evidence is mounting. We know that the only way we can secure a people-positive future, a future safer for people, more just for people, for our children, for the children of the world, is a nature-positive one. There is no other option. Change is unavoidable. Change is unavoidable. Either we decide to drive it and to embrace it, have to stop taking nature for granted, stop separating ourselves from nature, stop exploiting and wasting nature's resources and services, or you know what. So I think change will be imposed on us. The choice is super clear, but the transition is where we need to focus on, and the movie is beginning to lay the ground for what the transition may look like.
Definitely. Thanks, Mark. I think you've summarized it perfectly, that we are in a situation of danger and crisis, but there's a huge opportunity and change is happening. So
it's the most exciting time for a generation to be at the moment where we can really change course.
Absolutely. Let me move to Dorothy. I'd love to ask you, why and how should the messages of the book and the film really resonate in the Global South?
So, as an author, co-author,
yes,
I want to say that it's one thing to write the book. It's another to actually sit back and watch a short film about it. And why is this so important? And why does, I was reflecting on this film today. And the film actually describes exactly what we have been saying from Africa, from the eyes of those who live the realities that whatever happens in terms of nature loss means no food on the table, means no jobs, means you go fishing and there's no fish, means there's no water, with 25% of our countries already facing a water crisis. For us, this particular subject on nature positive is not an ideology. It's not a policy aspect. It's not a policy goal. It's not an ideology. It's actually really, really our lived realities. And so when you look at nature positive in the context of not just the book, but in the context of the film itself, you can infer that with nature positive, then there's food on the table. Health crisis, becomes a matter that can be resolved. It means, more importantly, agency for communities, not exclusion, because that's a big challenge. And many of these impacts are immediate for us, and they are actually personal. And one thing I want to mention, I was given 3 minutes, and it's really hard to talk about this thing in 3 minutes, so I'll really try. But one thing I want to say is that what we do as nature stewards in Africa and the Global South is unfortunately overlooked. We are custodians of the world's most critical resources, 65% of the world's arable land, 30% of species. Our forests, our oceans, our landscapes, our biodiversity, our species actually are not only important for local communities, but for global stability. And so, unfortunately, as a continent, as a Global South, we are framed as an area of risk. We are framed as a place of uncertainty. And so we look at things as charity and sacrifice. That's how we are looked at. Yet we are already stewarding these very important resources. And we do this with limited financial resources, with limited access to finance, with limited recognition of the role that we actually play. And so for us, becoming nature positive is not to choose between people and the planet, food and the planet, but these are development pathways that really lead to economic resilience, social resilience, political resilience, and pathways that do not repeat this extractive aspect.
Yes.
And so I just feel solutions, but also into saying that these transitions, we acknowledge, they're not easy. They cannot be solved tomorrow, but it is possible, and that's what resonates most for us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dorothy. And exactly as you say, the transition to nature positive is not a luxury. It's something that is about survival for everybody. No, you expressed that so well. Thank you. Ilona, I'm going to come to you. Coming out of COP30, we met each other a few months ago in Belém. Yes, exactly. Very different climate. Could you say some words for us on how you see the net zero and nature positive agendas converging?
For sure. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Marco, for putting all of us together here. Thank you for all of you to just come, and the ones that are not with us in presence here, but watching. First of all, I think it was a moment in time, COP30, where nature really entered the climate agenda, the Rio Convention's agenda, and is there to stay. So it's on us to never allow this separation again. And I think that's a big goal and like gain that we had, and I think that's for us to secure. And then 3 main takeaways. The first one, for those that were there experiencing COP30 in Belém with all the challenges but all the beauty, I think it was very clear, not from this community because we already bought in, but for others, that to rescue the mission 1.5, we not only need the roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, but we need the roadmap to zero deforestation, and we need to scale up carbon capture, especially with high-integrity nature-based solutions. And this was messaging that came from Belém, and it's something that we have to work with. The second one, what is the zero deforestation roadmap? Has to be a nature-positive one. So yes, we have to start by tackling the issues we work with in the Amazon basin and elsewhere, Dorothy, as you know, like environmental crime, the whole deforestation-free supply chain, illicit financial flows. But we also need desperately to scale up high-integrity nature finance, high-integrity markets, to believe that there is a pathway for bioeconomies, for regenerative agriculture. So it's a nature-positive roadmap. And it's on us to build. Brazil needs help. We need to deliver this at COP31. And the third takeaway is that we have to really work with nature to rebuild trust in the multilateral system. Nature is this geopolitical asset, converges with our climate, food, energy stability, sustainable development, peace. So how can we rebuild the norms of this world, international cooperation, through the love and the need that we have for nature? So we have this year 3 COPs, the 3 Rio Convention COPs. Let's make sure that all these messages resonate and we bring together. If you need any more information, reach out to us, read the book, watch the film. It's an amazing community that have all the resources needed for all of us to champion this. So come together.
Thanks, Ilona. Absolutely. And I think being in Belém for COP30 on the edge of the Amazon was really a moment for me that showed that, if ever before, nature and climate agendas are so inextricably linked. We can't separate them. And, you know, hearing these incredible Amazonian thunderstorms, almost you had to stop your conversations and hearing nature right there with us when we were talking about climate. Thanks so much. Marco, I'm going to come back to you very briefly, if you can. I'd like you to summarize, how did it feel to make a movie about nature positive? You've worked on this for a long time. You've put a lot of heart into it, and now a film on nature positive. How was that for you?
Harder than it seemed at the beginning, but honestly, it obviously super exhilarating. But the main thing that happened was the budget. So I thought I had a budget which was sufficient to do a good movie. So we had to come, and by the way, thanks a lot to Open Planet Studios. They're not here, they were just a minute ago on the green carpet, yes. Because the incredible track record, incredible flexibility, knowledge, they really have helped us a lot to come up with something that would have costed even more. But so the real issue was that the main budget for a movie like this, I had no idea, is actually shooting in different locations. And that the main bulk of the cost. And so we had to choose one event where we could grab as many people as possible in one location and shoot there. So we identified this event. We had 2 days for 20 plus interviews. It was like speed dating. We had these people coming in, coming out, interview. And as some of you know, speed dating comes with some problems, including the fact that some people didn't show up at the right time, and so we had double booking, and this kind of. Anyway, was super fun. But the real funny thing was, I'm so glad Andre mentioned and not me, but the thing of the striped shirt, because never go to an interview with striped shirts. That's one lesson I learned.
Yes, it's
on my own skin, literally, and so that was super good. Yeah. And yes, that was their story. And you will see that the movie ends like the movies that you think is finished, but then you say, wait a minute, something next here, the sequel. So there is a part 2. Coming. And so that's an opportunity, because having that location and that budget constraint, basically who was in that location is in the movie. Wasn't a very thoughtful selection. I mean, they were selected, they were a great speaker, but I would have loved so many more to be in that movie. They're here today, Paul Pullman, Jens Nelson, Paul Bennett, champions of
Dorothy.
Dorothy, oh my goodness, champions of nature positive, there will be a chance.
Yes.
There will be a chance next time.
Absolutely. We look forward to it. Thank you so much. Marco, Dorothy, Alona, thank you for that conversation. That was a great way. Yes, please put your mics down safely. Great way to set the scene for the film. And what we're going to do is just move these seats aside. And while that is happening, I just wanted to say and remind everybody that once we've watched the film itself, we're going to have another short conversation, a fireside chat between Eva Zabe and Paul Polman. You don't want to miss it. So after the screening, please stay in your seats for just a moment, and we'll have some brief reflections on the film, and then we'll continue in the foyer with the rest of the reception and enjoy chatting with each other. So without further ado, once this stage has been set, thank you so much, wonderful team. We'll watch the movie.
Always wanted to do that.
Is that still okay?
Thank you. Perfect.
I feel like a movie maker now. So in 3 words, why we need to embrace nature positive future: equity, resilience, and human prosperity.
Security, resilience, inspiration. So life, love, and everything. No other alternative.
We need nature.
We are nature.
Well, I can do it in 2. It's to win.
The world stands at a crossroads. One that decides the future of humanity and all life on Earth. We are destroying nature faster than at any other time in our history. And the effects on humanity are profound.
We have to recognize that every breath of air we take, every mouthful of food that we take, comes from the natural world. It's the essential ingredient of human life.
Humanity has become a weapon of mass extinction. We are treating nature like a toilet, and ultimately, we are committing suicide by proxy.
Can we build a better future where both nature and humanity thrive? It began with a bold vision. In 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement provided humanity with a framework for decisive action in the face of rising climate emergency.
De Paris pour le climat est accepté.
This confidence inspired the global community to pursue an equally ambitious goal. One that focused on halting the catastrophic loss of nature and driving its recovery. In 2022, the world agreed to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, defining the path for nations to unite under a shared ambition. To halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. The nature positive ambition was born.
As we work towards a zero carbon future, we must work equally towards being nature positive.
Nature positive is not a slogan.
It is a measurable goal for nature to drive action across society, to halt and reverse biodiversity loss for the benefit of all life on Earth, including ourselves.
The global human population is still expanding. Around the world, people need to fish, farm, extract resources, and develop infrastructure. But almost everywhere, this is still done unsustainably and destructively. The demands we place on the natural world will never go away completely. But we can drastically reduce our impacts, promote nature's recovery, and create a better world for all of us.
So the Nature Positive goal is all about making sure that there is more nature tomorrow than there is today.
This united global goal is critical because we are losing nature at an alarming rate. How have we reached this point? Over the last 200 years, we have lived through unprecedented scientific and technological advances. Improvements in food production, medicine, sanitation, and technology have brought great economic and social benefits, leading to a dramatic improvement in the quality of life for many.
The beginning of the 20th century. Average global life expectancy was below 40 years. Today, 70. 75% of the global population lived in extreme poverty. Today, less than 10%.
It took humanity 300,000 years to reach a population of 1 billion at the start of the 19th century. It took just over a century more to double this figure, and less than 50 years to triple it. And since the 1950s, we have been adding nearly 1 billion people every decade.
This is what we can call the great rise of humanity. And one can argue that there's never been a better time to be human.
But our meteoric rise to power has come at a cost.
The great rise of humanity was hiding a dark secret. Something that, inadvertently or conveniently, has been ignored until now. The great decline of nature.
Over the last 70 years, our exponential demographic growth and technological progress have led to a feverish overconsumption of every natural resource available to us. This period marks the Great Acceleration.
We have thought that the planet is a very resilient, robust system, and there's more and more signs that that has been a too optimistic assumption.
As our economies grew, so did the destruction of habitats. The pace at which we now consume the planet's resources is unsustainable, and nature is bearing the brunt.
IUCN Red List is a barometer of life. We can tell the world what is the state of a species. And unfortunately, we are losing a species at a rate that we have never seen before.
We can see the numbers, right? 73% decline in wildlife populations. We're reaching negative tipping points.
If you put together the biomass of all the mammals of the world, 96% is made of us humans and the animals we eat.
We have cut down half the trees, killed half of the coral reefs, and drained 80% of wetlands. More than 90% of commercial fish stocks are now overexploited or fully fished. We have altered more than 2/3 of the planet. And our assault on nature shows no signs of slowing.
We are constantly using natural resources in a way which is just simply not sustainable.
And worse, we are also destroying the very ecosystems that can replenish these resources.
every statistic is showing that biodiversity is in decline, it is in crisis, and if we don't do something about that, then we cannot rely on the other systems continuing to function as they do.
Does that worry you?
That should worry all of us.
There may never have been a better time for humanity, but our progress and consumption is pushing nature to the point of collapse. And yet, it's this degradation of nature that threatens the foundations of our prosperity and our future.
The great rise of humanity and the great decline of nature represent the two sides of today's development paradox. The economic model that helped humanity to develop so spectacularly has been based on a massive destruction and overexploitation of the very natural resources and services that support it.
Nature provides many benefits to society at many layers, but nature doesn't charge anything for this. When did a bee ever send you an invoice for pollination services? The value of ecosystem services and the rate at which they are being lost is tremendous.
Armed with technology, we can clear cut a forest that's taken millions of years to come into existence. With a trawl in the ocean dragging the seafloor, we can unravel these closely knit systems, thinking it doesn't matter what we take. That nature will always be there. Now we know it's not true.
If we continue with business as usual, we risk crossing planetary tipping points that will destabilize our societies and our economies, and from which we can never recover.
I've always felt that interfering with the natural world is a bit like a giant game of Jenga. You take out a piece by piece, and eventually the whole thing will collapse.
Take the Amazon rainforest. If deforestation there continues, we will soon reach a point when the Amazon simply cannot recover. And the forest will continue to shrink through fire and drought, even if deforestation stops. If this happens, the repercussions will be felt around the world.
The loss of nature has lots of consequences for people. This is being seen now with the disasters, which are nothing natural. They're human-created, becoming more ferocious and more frequent. It's affecting every part of the world.
No, you know, we've, in a sense, totally underestimated the role of nature.
Nature gives us everything that matters. Everything that we all need to live and thrive. A stable climate, the air we breathe, fertile soils, and clean water. Healthy ecosystems regulate water flows, help prevent floods, fires, and droughts, and protect our coastal developments from powerful storms. And nature is our greatest ally in the fight against climate change.
Natural ecosystems on land and in the ocean have captured and neutralized more than half of the CO2 that we have emitted into the atmosphere.
Without nature to offset the damage we're causing, vast swathes of the planet would already be unlivable. This is the great threat we are facing, and we're already seeing increased poverty, hunger, and forced migration as a result of our disregard for nature.
All the science we have today shows that we are in danger, but we have not yet lost it. The window is still open to turn back, So far, what we've learned is that nature is remarkably strong and able to rise after long periods of stress.
It is this very knowledge that marks a critical turning point for our species. For whilst we are in the midst of the greatest threat humanity has ever faced, we are also experiencing a great awakening.
Today, we know we are the most environmentally aware generation of all times. More and more people understand that halting and reversing nature loss is key to our economy, our society, our health and well-being. In this great awakening lies hope and the seed of change.
We are now able to recognize the existential threat we're facing from nature loss.
Earth observation not only observes decline in nature, but effectively guides us towards nature-positive action.
This is vital because our security and prosperity depend entirely on nature.
We all depend on nature, and 100% of the GDP depends on it, in the same way as 100% of the human race depends on nature.
Yet despite this, we tend to only value nature when it's dead.
A tree becomes valuable when you cut it down and it turns into furniture. A fish acquires value when it's caught and served in your dish. Not when the tree is alive on the forest, producing oxygen, or the fish is part of the ocean ecosystem and keep it healthy.
When we don't value nature for what it really provides for us, we don't take into account the true costs that will be incurred when we lose nature.
Soil is a good example. We are extracting so much of the nutrients from the soil without giving it back. That is going to hit us very soon through prices in agricultural produce, disrupting value chains, but also entire economies.
We have to find a way to put the natural capital or nature on the companies